Good morning everyone. Hello. It's time to study. Hey, congratulations. Come to again. Right, so now we're gonna begin session 2. This session will focus on the future vision and prospects. So I'm going to introduce the chair of this session, Professor Jung Soo Nam of the Department of Sociology at Jeonnam National University. So please welcome him with warm applause. So please, yes, take the electric interpreter. He's going to talk in Korea. 아직 저기 참여 있네요. 참여. 참여 시작하면 될 것 같아. 아직.
Hello. I'm honored to be with you today. 세션 2 사회를 맡은 전남대학교 사회학과의 정순남입니다. 네, 오늘 두 번째 세션에서는 두 분 선생님의 발표가 있습니다. 우선 첫 번째 발표는 사하르 라하브 선생님의 Local Dreams, Global Echoes, Long-Term Legacies. 그리고 두 번째 발표는 수치영 선생님의 제가 발음이 정확한지 모르겠습니다. 수지영 선생님의 Cultural Legacies of Democratization 라는 제목입니다. 우선 첫 번째 발표를 해주실 사하르 라하브 선생님을 모시고 진행을 하도록 하겠습니다. 각 발표는 20분씩 배정하도록 하겠고요. 제가 발표가 좀 길어질 것 같으면 제가 중간에 컨트롤을 하도록 하겠습니다. 그러면 발표자 선생님 먼저 나오시죠. 박수로 모시겠습니다.
Where do I see my slides? Or how do I control the slideshow? Oh, like this and and there's no presenter view? Can you do it? Okay.
If you use mouse or keyboard.
Okay. No, but I. So. All right. Good morning, everyone. First, it's going to be hard to, I think, follow yesterday's session, which I felt was fantastic. I'd like to thank again the organizers for the organization, for inviting me, but really for the idea, because I feel very much like Jeff said in his introduction yesterday, that our training often, I think for the most part, has been in national, according to nation-state categories. And even when we are aware of similarities and parallels and connections between phenomena in different countries, often at the same time, nobody seems to talk about the connection. So I feel we're doing this here today. The papers yesterday certainly did that. I also think that one of the things that, like, to the extent that transnational history is being done, has been done, it's still for the most part at higher levels. And what I think is being done here, and my paper tries to do as well, is to do this, to try to do local history or transnational history, like more from the bottom, as a sort of civic participation or citizen participation, rather, so a kind of popular level transnational history. And I'll also maybe touch on something I know Felicia's paper caused me to think about. It's that I feel that there are many, many stories being told here. Some are the content of what we're talking about, but some really are the stories told later around the table, informally. But these are, I think, really ultimately, they sometimes uncover really the motives of what drives us to the research, what attracts us to it, what we seek to find in it. So maybe I'll start with this short autobiographical, I don't know, confession. I grew up in a socialist youth movement. Grow up. I mean, you know, I went there twice a week, but my parents went to the same one. And this is the social youth movement connected to communal initiatives that had later been well established and institutionalized in my country, in Israel. Maybe you've heard of the kibbutz. So I was always attracted to those ideas and I think from there later, when I learned first about socialism and Marxism, I just became really interested in these ideas of utopias and how to carry them out or how they might not be carried out. And in a sense, I think that's also what fascinated me to a degree about China, is at least, or Chinese communism, in a very naive way at first. So that's I think what drew me to this research, this stage where things are still utopian. And so I'll start with that. I think that we're currently in a world where politics seem entirely dominated by, I know, selfish at worst, or tribal at best interests, rather than some grander visions. I think even the words ideology and utopia, which seemed to define how we conceived of the 20th century in terms of states and politics, those words are out. Now it's all about power politics, both domestic and international. So I'm going to hark back to the age of utopian visions. Okay. Of utopian visions and ideologies, and we'll try to argue for their significance. So basically, after the, setting the background, after the big upheavals of the mid and late 19th century in China, internal rebellions, foreign incursion, fall of the monarchy, things change and change rapidly, but they don't, even for those who hoped for change for a more modernist or democratic even vision, things often seem to have failed, and these Chinese intellectuals search for ways to build a better world, beginning of the late 19th century. I'm going to try in this paper to do three things, basically. One, I'm going to say that one of the ways in which intellectuals were looking for a better way in which to build China was turning to these attempts at small communal initiatives. These attempts mostly failed in the sense that they were very short-lived. They had very few participants. Communist narratives will, to the extent that they refer to them at all, say this was because this was all utopian socialism and it was bound to fail, but then the participants saw the truth of Marxism, Leninism, and the road to salvation was paved. But I beg to differ. I will try to argue that these experiments, even though they were utopian and failed, they did leave a legacy that affected the future in many ways, and also I will try to show connections to movements across the world. I will argue that I will point out simply to a number of these experiments, then to the discourse around them, which is, I think, as significant a phenomena as the initiatives themselves, perhaps even more significant, and that that the discourse around them affected the political imagination and expanded it of Chinese intellectuals, including, among others, future leaders of the Communist Party, such as and nationalist parties such as Mao Zedong, Dai Jitao, Zhuo Shuncheng, Zhou Enlai, and others. And lastly, I will try to put these attempts in a global context and look at their legacies further in time. Probably already later than I should be, so just. Okay. Well, I'll skip this, and I'll get straight to the thing. Well, first, maybe just a little bit to give you a sense of the deep sense of, I think, of search for a new way on the one hand, but also of the sense that change, positive change, is possible and is within reach. Here's an interesting quotation from Li Dazhao from 1918. Okay? He says, "This is an era of liberation. The current civilization is a civilization of liberation. People demand of the state liberation. Locales demand of the center liberation. Colonies demand of the colonizers liberation. Weak peoples demand of strong peoples liberation. Peasants demand of landlords liberation. Workers demand of capitalists liberation. Women demand of men liberation. Youth demand of their elders liberation. The social and political movements arising at this time are all movements of liberation. Given these movements of liberation, old organizations must be destroyed, new organizations must be constructed." Okay, and note first that he's talking here about civilization. He's not talking about China. He's really talking about mankind. So there is a very cosmopolitan, universal sense here, at the same time that he is also a nationalist in the sense that he wants a free China. But, and this dual combination of nationalism and universalism is, I think, what drives a lot of this. So how does I'll just start with the narrative. In early 1919, there's Zhou Zuoren publishes articles telling about a movement in Japan, which he draws inspiration from, and it's called the New Village Movement, and I'll talk about it a little bit later. But basically, the New Village Movement attempts to build small village-like communities in which members work together according to principles of what Kropotkin calls mutual aid. The new villages require members to contribute labor, but will also fulfill or attempt to realize their material, intellectual, and spiritual needs. The villages will thus realize the ideal of from each according to his ability to each according to his need. The original quotation is from Marx in 1880 something. Joe publishes several articles about the Japanese new villages. He translates writings of their founder, Mushanokoji Saneatsu, and he will later, in the summer of 1919, after the May 4th movement, note, okay, May 4th is in May, right? In July, he will travel back to Japan. He had been into Japan before. He's married to a Japanese woman. He will travel back there, visit the new villages, and write about them again. And he writes that seeing them is like a dream come true, etc., etc. Okay, so the idea begins to become popular and gain traction. At the same time, or say roughly, going back for a second to early 1919, two activists in what's called the Young China Association, Zhuo Shuncheng and Wang Guangqi, begin corresponding about how great it would be to build a new society founded on small groups, not on large organizations, but rather on small groups. These writings appear more or less simultaneously with Zhou Zuoren's discussion or reports about the new villages, and they ultimately inspire some experiments. These experiments, we should note, are, at least in their vision, the vision is of small rural communities working, so they should engage in agriculture as well as, according to the founders, in study. Up and down. Okay, thank you. Okay, so it works. Okay. Okay. Right. And small initiatives will be set up all over China. And what I will do here really is first just point out to the initiatives being undertaken in China. I want to point out three things that should be evident from the organizations I list. First, the discussion is often of the new village movement, and so on and so forth, and the Japanese movement is called New Village Movement. But, in fact, in China, the most prominent group that actually forms is not a new village, but something called the Work Study Mutual Aid Corps, which is not rural, rather it's urban. The members do work, but in other kinds of jobs. They try to earn their own upkeep, sustain themselves, support themselves, do menial work themselves, but they don't really earn enough income in order to sustain themselves. But the ideal is there. Second thing is that there is no central organization. So I'm going to try here to list, to show that there are several attempts all over China, but there's no central organization really coordinating them, even though there is a lot of informal kind of correspondence, sometimes personal interaction between members, but sometimes there's even no direct connection. And thirdly, that though they all share the same ideas, perhaps similar sources of inspiration, there's significant variation in how what these experiments attempt, what they try to do. Okay, So first initiative to turn to is simply the earliest one, is what's called the Morning Garden Society, the Xiyuan. Among its members, it has 20-something members. Among its members are future communists, Luo Zhanglong, Deng Zhongxia, and Zhang Guotao. They live together. They, driven by an egalitarian spirit, they deliberately have no servants. They try to do all their cooking, all their menial labor, all the services, drawing water, cleaning, cooking, etc. Try to do them themselves, and it's very moving to them when they succeed, and they laugh at themselves when they fail, which they often do. But that's part of what they do. At the same time, they're also trying to change society. So they're not completely collectivist, but they do live together. They have a shared reading room and discuss in this part where they try to work and study together, learn and expand their views. A lot of the members of the Morning Garden Society also take part in the Beijing Commoners Education Society, or Commoners Lecture Society, where they go out on the streets and simply lecture, trying to educate the public, disseminate new knowledge, and really change society, culture, and politics in that way. Okay? The second experiment, which is the best known one, begins a bit later. The Xiyuan was started in late summer, early fall 1919. The Gungdu Hujuan, the Work Study Mutual Aid Corps, is written about by Wang Guangqi and Zuo Shunsheng, whom we saw earlier. They take their idea of small rural communities built around a small agricultural plot that grow its own vegetables. They change it, and it ultimately becomes a small urban community in which members, there are some common ventures, like a small restaurant. The oddest thing they do is they screen films as a way to earn income. Okay, very sort of utopian socialist in a way. But they try to earn their own income and sustain themselves. And everything is communal. The shared quarters, they try to study as well, not always successfully. The priority is given to work. So it's founded, the actual founding is around December 1919, where Wang Guangqi founded the first one, and then very soon thereafter, a second and third group are formed. By the end of, I think, January or February, a fourth group is formed, and Wang Guangqi, who's really the driving force behind them, he even writes, the Work Study Mutual Aid Corps is the embryo of the new society. It is the first step toward realizing our ideal. At present, the Beijing chapter has already been established, and in each province, note, a corps will soon be organized. This is indeed a reason to be happy. If these are as successful as we accept, they will gradually expand our ideal of from each according to his ability and each according to his need, and the ideal will soon be realized. Thus, the Work Study Mutual Aid Corps movement can be called a peaceful economic revolution. More attempts are undertaken. 5 minutes? 1 minute. Oh my God. Okay. Okay, 3. Okay. Yeah, I'm pretty bad at time. Okay. You know what? I'll skip straight to the map. There are attempts undertaken at, there are several attempts in Beijing. There are several attempts to found something like that in Shanghai. Probably don't maybe materialize for a short while. It's not clear. Some attempts are to, there are several attempts to construct groups specifically for women, one in Beijing, one in Guangzhou. The Beijing one is probably actually successful. In Nanjing too, there are attempts in Tianjin. We see here cities where there are several attempts like this are made. The discourse about these groups is crucial, and it spreads. And there are many testimonies about how popular the idea is. So there are many significant figures who write about it. When the group fails, for example, initial supporters, who all include like the leading figures of the New Culture movement, May 4th movement, Tsai Wan-pei, Hu Shi, Shen Dingyi, Dai Jitao, others write about the failure. Mao Zedong also writes about it, and he claims that he wants to establish a new village in Hunan, just across, like he has a spot for it, across the river from Mount Yuelu, etc., etc. And people who are opposed to the groups admit that the idea is very popular. Hu Shi says it's a nice idea. He doesn't quite support it, but he says groups will probably soon be founded all over the country. I jump to echoes across time and space. So as I said, in space, sort of what's going on in other parts of the world. He's inspired, the New Village movement is inspired by what's going on in Japan. Several experiments in a similar spirit, although again different, do spring up in Japan in the 1920s and 1930s. Okay? In Israel, or rather Palestine, British Mandate Palestine, Zionist Jewish immigrants attempt to build very similar communal, small communal groups. Okay, these groups have a very different future. They all draw inspiration from these two Russians, Kropotkin, Tolstoy, which is very interesting. So to see, but how they're inspired by them to different degrees, and they cite them, etc. Tolstoy becomes incredibly popular in China at that point. Here he is in a Chinese magazine. Obviously, it's taken from a German magazine, but Tolstoy there, okay, and here. Yeah, and what future legacies, okay? So obviously the new villages fail. There's no new egalitarian Chinese state built around small communities. But some of the people go on, we know, to become very important communists. For a second, about the term new village. The term new village actually is adopted later, first by the nationalists, and they take it, they use the name new village for new housing projects for laborers. Okay. Later in Korea, in the 1970s, there's a new village movement that's part of Park Chung-hee's industrialization program. It has nothing to do really with the original new villages, but the name is there. The communists too name housing projects for workers after the new village movement. Okay, the idea of huju, mutual aid, is very popular in China. It's uptaken by the communists to organize small groups for where they commonly work, but also discuss, criticize one another, pool labor, etc. This is in the 50s. Later, we see the term. This is where they imagine communes. In the early 2000s, there's talk by Wen Tie-jun, an economist at the People's University, tries to revive or to initiate a new rural reconstruction movement. There was one in the 1920s. He tried to do it again, and he also tried to construct mutual aid societies as part of this. An artist and activist called Oning sets up an interesting village in Anhui, which is inspired by the same principles, although it's not really communal, but it's about combining work and labor study and the land. Okay, there's another experiment by an engineer. In short, what I want to say is there are these utopian visions, but the utopias, you might say, fail. But I want to emphasize that first, they're widespread. Secondly, again, the talk about the discourse about them is far more widespread. I should say that it's far more difficult to find sources about the actual communes than it is to find discussions of the communes. Everybody talks about them. No one really understands what are communes, what's the work-study mutual aid corps. They're often conflated, both by people at the time and ultimately in the historiography. I would argue that they're not the same, but they're very similar. I would say, too, that we can see that though the utopias might not be realized, they have influence. And if we take into account that people like Mao, Zhou Enlai, top communist leaders, etc., were all part of the same circles that discussed these, we might see a link. I think the link is pretty clear if you look at the term mutual aid and how they used it. You might see a link to what communists actually did in the 40s and later on a grand scale in the 50s. It's not the same. It's not based on voluntarism. It's based on coercion and the Leninist conception of state power. But it's there, and it underlies, I think, what the communists, our leadership is trying to do. Even when the communists fail, we see that there is a sort of resurgence. And it's global. It's not just there. So I think I want to perhaps conclude that utopias, even today, might have power, okay? And even if they're not realized, they might drive the world in a certain direction or change the trajectory of development. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Hello, everyone. I'm Su Zhihen from Taiwan. First, I would like to thank the organizers and all the staff for putting this all together. 진심으로 감사드립니다. 네. And the title of my presentation is Cultural Legacies of Democratization, Authoritarian Past and Aesthetic Divergences in Taiwan and South Korea. And because of the strict time limit, I think I will rely a bit on my prepared script. So, Is it okay? Wait a minute. Okay. Actually, my past research was mainly related to the film industry, so I am especially interested in the cultural impacts of social movements. And in an article from Annual Review of Sociology, scholars have emphasized that the impact of social movements is not limited to the political or legal reforms. In fact, the enduring impacts of social movements are often cultural, like from shifts in public opinion to the creation of new genres of art. And in fact, we know a lot about how movement shapes new coverages, but we know much less about how movement reshape popular culture more broadly. But large-scale social movements are always accompanied by cultural movements. For instance, the anti-Vietnam War and the hippie culture. And we also understand movement through culture, too. So for many of us outside Korea, our first encounter with Gwangju uprising was probably through a taxi driver, and followed by Nobel Prize winner Han Kang's novels or Hwang Yong-sok's nonfiction. And I also heard that just last week, this institute invited Min Hee-jin from the K-pop industry to give a lecture here, and which itself says something about the power of cultural production. And it is precisely, can I show the whole PowerPoint? Oh, okay. So it is precisely in this cultural dimension that a tremendous divergence emerges between Taiwan and Korea. Like past studies have often emphasized the similarities. Ooh, hey, why? Okay. Like past studies have often emphasized the similarities between the two. Like we both experienced Japanese colonization and authoritarian rule characterized by military mobilization, and we both witnessed large-scale democratic movements. But our histories were not only similar, but also directly connected. It was only after the Philippines and South Korea won direct presidential elections that Taiwan's movement escalated its own demand in the same direction. But the cultural trajectories of the democratic movements in Taiwan and Korea developed very differently. Like Korea's Minjong movement had a remarkably powerful cultural dimensions. Its subculture eventually industrialized, like producing historical films that traveled across East Asia and became significant enough that conservative governments even felt the need to blacklist those artists. But Taiwan's democratic movement never developed anything like this. While there were scattered artistic experiments, Taiwan's popular culture did not undergo a structural transformation alongside the democratic transition and the rotation of ruling parties. So why this divergence exists is the central question driving my PhD dissertation. But my presentation today uses cinema as a case study to explore how social movements shape cultural production. So my approach is comparative. I focus specifically on democratic movements in the late authoritarian period in both countries and using feature films as a window into cultural impact. So I built a database of films dealing with transitional justice and post-war history and move between looking at the macro trends across the full data set and close readings of representative films such as A City of Sadness, Pi Zhong Song Xi, the first Taiwanese film to address the February 2nd, 8th incident and the White Terror, and also the winner of the Venice Golden Lion in 1989. And we know that Taiwan and Korea love to compete with each other, right? Every time a Korean modern history film becomes a box office in Taiwan, Taiwanese audiences always ask, why can Korea do it, but we can't? The intuitive differences lies in resource and development. Like the Korea's cultural industries developed rapidly after the IMF financial crisis, and making fundraising easier and production numbers will be higher. Virtually like every major democratic movement event has multiple films dedicated to it, and the production scales are also larger. But what I found more interesting is that even though Taiwan has gained access to capital in recent years, the films of the two countries still exhibit distinct aesthetic differences. So we must first recognize a fundamental difference between the relevant films of the two countries. In fact, the first paradigm or first generation of those transitional justice film, or we can say films about democratic movement, actually appeared earlier in Taiwan than in Korea. Like ours emerged as art films produced during the late authoritarian period, but Korea's primarily consisted of commercial films made after the rotation of ruling parties. And in terms of subject matter, Korea moved from the recent past history to the distant past. But Taiwan moved from the distant past, the February 2nd, 8th, to the recent past. But regardless of genre or subject matter or era, the films of both countries tend to reflect a distinct national aesthetic, and that difference is remarkably consistent. So the first one is the perspective. Like the Korean films about modern history tend to depict the democratic movement from the inside, through the eyes of participants themselves. Even in a taxi driver, where we start from the perspective of an outsider, there's always at least one character who speaks plainly about what the movement is fighting for. But Taiwanese films, by contrast, tend to show what came before or after the protest, like framing the state violence as historical tragedy rather than something about the social movement. The protagonists are often not movement participants at all, but bystanders caught in the crossfire, like women or working class mainlanders, queer people, or even people with disabilities, and using these perspectives to build a case for moral legitimacy. Korean films, by contrast, barely exhibit such diversity. The activists on screen are almost exclusively male. And the second difference is how each country handles violence. Like Korean films confront it head-on, like they have the close-ups of crackdown or bloody scenes, or sometimes even uses the real archival footage cut directly into the film. But in Taiwan, the violence is always almost evaded. Like when Hou Xiaoxian directed A City of Sadness and depicted the military arresting members of a reading club, the camera would drift away to a wide shot or an empty landscape and leaving the violence to the audience imagination. And third is their narrative structure. Like the Korean films tend toward a clear moral framework, like the righteous sacrifice, the villain suppressed, and the Hollywood-style arc building toward a cathartic climax. But Taiwanese films, by contrast, use fragmented and layered narratives that demand a lot from the audience. And so the movement itself often recedes into the background, while romance or family takes center stage. And the emotion, after you're watching Korean films, the Korean films tend to produce is the righteous rage. It's like a strong pool of identification and empathy. But after watching Taiwanese films like A City of Sadness or A Foggy Tale, you don't walk out angry. You just walk out with a quiet and a lingering sadness. So, of course, like these trajectories have evolved over time. The primary narrative mode of Korean modern history film also shifted from initially feminized stories centered on victims and grievances, such as A Pedo, which features a traumatized woman looking back at the Gwangju uprising, and to later producing many male-centric heroic stories of resistance. And having told like plenty of those heroic stories, more recent films and documentaries now have turned to quieter and everyday moment. But in Taiwan, while we have lots of like victimhood and everyday narratives, and that kind of masculinized heroic narrative of resistance rarely appears in our works. So why? My argument is that the different governance models of the two countries during the late authoritarian period shaped two things. Like the first is who got to make feature films and what their backgrounds were. And second is what kinds of protest repertoires developed and how much tolerance each society's, especially the middle class, had for radicalization and violence. And this gave rise to distinct new cinema movements in each country. And the interpretive frameworks they established will shape how we approach these histories today. So before the 1970s, cultural governance in both countries are relatively similar, like using the decommercialization to promote what they called a healthy national culture. But after seizing power in the coup, like Chengdu Huan launched what became known as the 3S policy, screen for late-night cinema, and sport for the Olympics, and sex for the erotic films. His goal was very simple, is to keep the masses entertained. But in Taiwan, the KMT fought a different battle, like positioning the minority Chinese culture as refined and elevated highbrow, while dismissing the majority Taiwanese culture as vulgar or merely regional lowbrow. And as a result, culture in Taiwan felt like something more elite, remote from the ordinary people. And so in Korea, the cultural battle was fought first in popular culture, but in Taiwan, it was fought first in high culture. But why did Taiwan produce the first celebrated art films tackling historical themes? I think the key is because that winning an international film festival award can give the directors the cultural prestige and to give them be covered from the censorship. And compared to Korea, the Taiwanese films broke into the Korean festivals, the European festivals, partly by riding Hong Kong cinema's international momentum. And during the same period, although there are some Korean filmmakers also had several short films and art house films attempting to depict the Gwangju uprising, these directors faced severe censorship at Korea. So on the international stage, like Hou Xiaoxian and Edward Young, they had less competition back then. And when we look at the new cinema of both countries, the backgrounds of the participants are also vastly different. Like in Taiwan, many were second generation of mainlanders whose families came from China with KMT regime in 1949. And many of them started their careers at CMPC, which is the KMT-owned film studio. And this gave them an outsider within perspectives. Like, they are critical of the KMT, but they also kept distance from the demarcative movement composed by the islanders itself. So it presenting a detached and critical relationship. But in Korea, like many creators came from the 386 generation, like the Koreans born in the 1960s, who went to the university in the 1980s and were in their 30s during 1990s. And many directors graduated from prestigious universities and had even personally participated in the movement. So while filmmakers in both countries would emphasize starting from ordinary people and claim they have a left-wing identity, in Korea, this left-wing sensibility drew more from the Latin American third cinema, like film as a revolutionary tool made to mobilize people. And so Korean independent filmmakers were willing to maintain a closer ties with the newly inaugurated Kim Dae-jung government and the film industry to promote their ideas to a broader public, and forming what one scholar like Park Yong-ah calls unexpected alliances, that progressives are working hand in hand with the state and film industry to reach mainstream audiences. But by contrast, filmmakers in Taiwan inherited more from European critical theory. They were deeply skeptical of the institutions, like kept their distance from the DPP, and also saw commercialization as a form of co-optation. But why is the degree of violence depicted in the films and with the resonance so different? I argue that this is closely related to the nature of the demarcative movement in both countries. Like in both countries, the demarcative movements were predominantly led by student movements with a strong idealistic character. But in Korea, there was a stronger tradition of labor movements following Chung Tae-il's self-immolation, and the student movement and the labor movement formed a tight bond, embarking on a more radicalized path of resistance. But in Taiwan, the student and demarcative movement took on a somewhat more middle-class character and lacking a close connection with the laborers and peasants of the time. And the Korean students were driven by a sense of injustice, like they witnessed the brutal conditions workers were forced to endure. But Taiwanese youth, by contrast, they talk more about freedom, like the constraints of martial law and the sense of betrayal that came from discovering the state had lied to them. And because the two movements face different adversaries, the state violence also carry very different degrees of legitimacy in each country. Like in Korea, because the government sought to suppress the labor movement that infused with communists, its crackdowns were more easily tolerated and even tacitly approved by the US. And the turning point came in 1987 when it was revealed that a Seoul National University student, Park Chung-chol, had been tortured to death by police. And that revelation pushed the Korean middle class to being supporting more confrontational, even violent forms of resistance. But in contrast, those who adopted violent methods of resistance in Taiwan belong primarily to the minority overseas Taiwan independent movement. So, but the United States actually moved to protect those Taiwanese political resistance. So they're putting a brake on the KMT's ability to crack down violently. But domestic Taiwanese protesters consistently stuck to nonviolent resistance to win the endorsement of the middle class. And so this created a fundamental difference in the social foundations of the democratic movement in the two countries. If we look at elections after the democratic transition, like the Korea started with a progressive base of roughly 2/3 of the electorate. And conservatives only held on to power because the progressive camp split, with Kim Yong-sam defecting to the other side. But in Taiwan, possessed a progressive base of only 1/3, like heavily concentrated in urban areas. It was only because the conservative camp split during the presidential election that the DPP unexpectedly gained the opportunity to govern. So progressive culture works in Korea thus enjoyed a larger domestic market base from the outset. And so, like for creators, like making art serves as a form of collective narrative therapy for society, responding to contemporary societal dilemmas. Like the Korean creators were working in an environment where that Gwangju uprising had been officially branded a riot by violent mobs, which is a lie. So filmmakers have to reach for the visceral imagery, like reconstructing the blood and brutality of the crackdowns, and to puncture that official lie and give the victims back their dignity. But Taiwanese cinema's gentler approach may be a response to a different pressure, like the intense political and ethnic polarization of Taiwanese society during the election in 1990s. So we can see the underlying mentality that Korea pursues truth through reckoning and Taiwan trades confrontation for harmony. Like the Korean filmmakers, they pursue more for justice, but Taiwanese intellectuals, they want more peace. So this raises one final puzzle, that if Taiwanese art films were so detached, how did they become such a celebrated model of success? My answer is that the film's success depended on a highly politicized context that is usually left out of the story. Like A City of Sadness was shown in 1989, which is the year Tiananmen Massacre happened. So awarding the Venice Golden Lion to this film was itself a political statement at that year. And nationally within Taiwan, beyond the award itself, a crucial factor is that the film's officially release coincides exactly with Taiwan's first local elections after the lifting of martial law. So the opposition candidates seized on the deliberate depoliticized film and used it to mobilize voters against the KMT. And that is what transformed an art film into a national-wide box office hit. So the point of my study is not simply to celebrate like how successfully Korea's social movement shaped its culture industries, but by comparison will let us see more clearly what makes each country's path distinct. And only by understanding the constraints of our own context can we begin to imagine what it would take to break through them. So while we across East Asian admire Korea's movement and its cultural output, like Koreans show remarkably organizational strength and collective resolve, Taiwanese often forget that people elsewhere might look at us and also wonder how Taiwan managed a democratic transition and economic miracle with relatively few lives lost, and produce such self-critical art with more diversity and less hatred about it. And now, Korean has someone like Hangang who sublimates the violence into literature and art, and through a distinctly female sensibility. But and whether Taiwan can break also through its own constraints, to look back at our histories not just as historical tragedies or wounds, but as the social movement, is, I think, the most important question the Korean experience raises for us. So, What I hope this study contributes is a shift in how we think about culture and movement. I think it's not as cause and effect or not as movement force and culture as byproduct. Instead, we should view the work of culture practitioners as a vital link within the social movement and political practice. So what this study shows is that the political distance between creators and movement will shape the aesthetics in deep ways. And when you've been in the street yourself, you simply can't film in from a safe distance. So to inspire change, we must do more than recruit activists. We must use culture, no matter it's literature, cinema, music, games, art, theater, to close the distance between the public and those on the front lines. Like, people may not have the opportunity to take to the street and become activists at all times, but through culture, they can develop the sensibility of someone who has. And this concludes my presentation. Thank you.
네, 두 분 선생님의 발표를 너무 감명 깊게 들었습니다. 너무 아쉽고요. 지금 트랜스레이트 되고 있나요? 예. 아쉽고 사회자로서 이 발표자 두 분 선생님께는 시간이 많이 못 드려서 죄송하고, 또 이 학회 운영진 선생님들께는 시간을 너무 초과해서 또 죄송하고, 예, 좀 그렇습니다. 예, 저에게 주어진 시간이 아주 짧긴 하지만 그래도 이 두 분 선생님의 그 토론, 발표 내용에 대한 토론을 또 진행하면서 못다한 이야기, 또 더 궁금한 이야기들에 대해서, 예, 계속 이어가도록 하겠습니다. 혹시 네, 자유롭게 두 분 선생님 발표 중에 좀 질문, 예, 어떤 있으시면, 예, 얘기, 예, 이어가도록 하겠습니다. 네, here.
About idealistic utopian community, but also actually is a mechanism for the state to squeeze surplus from the village to support industrialization. So there's an economic incentive behind there. And then his rural reconstruction movement itself and get a lot of funding, not exactly from the government, but also Ford Foundation and all these US foundations. So I would like to hear about whether you come across any source of funding of all this early 20th century movement.
Okay, great. Yeah, no, there is little about the sources of their funding. which is one of the reasons perhaps that these organizations failed, and also looking comparatively, say the example which I know better is the kibbutz, but also a little bit of what I've read about the new villages in Japan. In the China case, what they could do was mostly by donations and some personal funds they donated. Like that's why they actually enlisted backers, supporters, before they would they tried to set up the initiatives, and that's why I think they tried to labor. They tended more towards labor. They wanted to combine work and study, and they're constantly struggling with that, with how to earn income. And I think that's many of them later argue that that's the primary reason that they fail, that they disperse so quickly. Looking comparatively for a second, the kibbutz is really constantly funded by big Zionist organizations, which also ultimately raised funds, but and later on it's the government, etc. In the case of the Japanese New Village, Mushanukoji comes from a wealthy family, and and then I think he also gets a lot of donations. Yeah, so it's fundraising. On the one hand, ignoring the state, perhaps in their case, and yeah, personal funds, which I think was also the case with the other big experiment in Japan. I forget his exact name at the moment, but he also, I think, was a big landowner who, similarly to Tolstoy, really took his lands and basically gave the land away to the peasants, or at least gave them autonomy on it. Yeah.
Thank you very much for your presentation, and I have a question for the Chulhan's presentation. And your presentation really answered my question I got during I watched the Pichonchonsi and the Taxi Driver. And when I first watched the Pichonchonsi, it was kind of really difficult for me to understand what is going on, because there is very few explanation for the nuances or the Taiwanese culture's background back in right after the war period. But at the same time, it was really understandable for me, given the kind of tragicness or the tragedy of the Taiwanese society at the time. And when I first watched the Taxi Unjonsa and the Hwaryoang Hyuga, I was really surprised to see that. So the story was really clear, as you mentioned, and it was really the films really helped me to understand the background of the Gwangju movement. But at the same time, I feel a little bit worried whether it is too much entertaining. So I was wondered whether there would be a criticism inside the Korean society that the film is kind of over-romanticized the movement, because I can understand that the historical incidents was told in a kind of entertaining way after all the survivors or the people who actually experienced it has passed away. It is really kind of understandable, but the Gwangju movement is still just 40 years ago, and still there is many survivors or the people who actually experienced or actually remember the incident. So when I watched the Hwaryoang Hyuga and the Taxi Unjonsa, I'm really curious about how it was received inside the Korean society, and maybe it's the question for Chulhan and also the other audiences in the Korean natives.
What I know is that historians are always picky about the historical films that they were still saying that this is not like this is not like that, but I think the Koreans can be answer this question more directly than me. But I can answer you that A City of Sadness faced criticism very sharply in Taiwan too. Like the most amplified conflict in the film features a mute character played by Tony Leung, and who is forced to say that I am Taiwanese to avoid being beaten. But this thing, they think it is disproportionately magnify the ethnic and provincial conflict aspect of the February 2nd 8 incident. And in reality, they would think that the incident was not fundamentally an ethnic conflict, but rather a clash between the people and the colonized regime. And so they would think that the film and the actual number and proportion of the causalities among the mainlanders at that time were not nearly as high as portrayed. And that is something that A City of Sadness was received by Taiwanese people in Taiwan. Yeah, but about the Korean case, I think Eugene can answer better than me, because she is an expertise on the Gwangju incident film too. Yeah. Thank you for the question.
Yeah. So please, only one question. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you for the presentations. I have a question to Su Jin-hen. The presentation was very interesting, and gave me an opportunity. To think about the situation in Japan, the 60s. Your focus was more on the kind of memory and popular cinema about the legacy of the 80s democratization movement. But thinking about the case of Japan, the movement in the film rather started as a documentary film to portray what was going on in the 60s. Wakamatsu Productions and Ogawa Productions, those were the kind of main filmmakers who portrayed as a film to mobilize the activists. And I was curious whether that kind of film did exist in the 1980s in Korea or Taiwan. And that's one question. The other question is that related to this, whether there is kind of any impact or a link from Wakamatsu production or Ogawa production to those filmmakers in Taiwan or in Korea.
Yeah, sure. Yeah. Yeah, please. Yeah, sure.
Well,
Answer. Yeah.
Actually, I'm not going to ask a question. I will give some more information. I think the Japanese you mentioned is Arishima Takeo in Hokkaido. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, because I do a little bit research about him. So yeah, I just want to give the name Arishima Takeo. Yeah, just like you say you forget the name. And another is a little bit of information about the second question. Yeah, we just invite a director from Taiwan named Huang Mingzhen, and he is he got a lot of award both in the documentary and the movie. And he told me that when he think about how to balance the entertainment and the historical fact in his documentary, he watched a lot movie and documentary in Korean. Yeah, so I think there's a link into the inside the movie industry when they want to think how to reach the balance. Yeah, just a little bit comment.
To answer the question that I think many left-wing students in 1960s in Japan, and after that they were also like disillusionized, and they subsequently to drawing manga or animation, and even female students are turned to creating BL, boys love manga, and that's, I think, is the cultural impacts of Japanese leftist movement in 1960s. And about the documentary scene, I think. In Korean and in Taiwan, they are both like independent film workers, and in Taiwan, the most famous is we call the Green Team, but they were eventually marginalized. But in Korea, the independent filmmakers, they have an association, and they later, like what I said, they transition into the commercial cinema in Korea, and they form a very strong alliances. And that is why that I think Korean cinema was much more intellectualized after 1980s and 1990s than in Taiwan. But yeah.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah. 예, 자, 두 번째 세션은 지금 마무리를 지어야 될 것 같습니다. 오늘 그 세션 2에서 발표해 주신 샤르 라브 선생님과 그다음에 수정 선생님께 감사드리고요. 질문을 마저 못하신 이 청중 여러분께 죄송한 말씀과 함께 오늘 학회 동안 틈틈이 시간이 나시는 대로 이 두 분 선생님께 궁금한 사항들 질문해 주시면 감사하겠습니다. 이 두 분 선생님께 박수로 감사 인사를 전하도록 하겠습니다. 감사합니다. 네. 아마 식사 안내.
네네. So we're gonna have a lunch. So same place. Yesterday we've been to there, the cafeteria. So we're gonna go there by work. Okay. Yeah, and then please put your, on your table. All right? Yes. Please, the interpreter, yes, put the interpreter on the table. Yeah, just.
second one. All right, so when I'm here, how do I work? Right, but so when I'm speaking, how does...
When you so if you presentation now up, down.
Okay, so I'm just like that. And I can point to things. Or down below?
No, this.
That one.
This part.
It doesn't show on the screen.
So you can use this mic.
Lots of photos.
And this mic or that mic. So
Oh, yeah.
if you
I'm going to be kind of looking at my slides and talking. Well, I guess I can look at this. Oh, sorry.
it's okay. So you should okay.
I kind of like pacing. I guess I can't do that. I kind of like pacing, but I'll be here. I'll stay here. I'll stay here.
It's working. This mic volume is
Okay.
so low.
I'll just use this. Great. Thank you.
근데 아직 안 오셨네? 병호쌤, 다 같이 모시고 왔어요? 강혜쌤 어디 가신다고요? 화장실 가신다고요? 아, 네. 유준쌤이랑 성윤쌤도 Right. Did you enjoy the lunch? Yes. Yes, thank you. So we will now begin the session 3. This session will focus on the stand-led challenges to the established order during the 1960s and 1970s. So I'd like to introduce the chair of this session 3, Professor Kang Eui-hyuk of the Department of the English Language and Literature at Jeonnam National University. So please welcome him with warm applause.
네, 안녕하세요. 이번 세션 사회를 맡게 된 강의혁입니다. 안녕하세요. 이번 세션 사회를 맡게 된 전남대학교 영문과의 강의혁입니다. 이번 세션은 1960년대와 70년대 다양한 지역과 맥락에서 전개된 기성 질서에 대한 학생 주도의 도전을 역사화하고 재조명합니다. 도쿄의 역토론, 규슈대학 청년들의 학내 질서 재편, 홍콩의 골든 주빌리 사건, 그리고 한국의 연세대학교 시위를 다룬 4편의 연구 논문은 당시의 치열한 지적, 정치적 기후뿐만이 아니라 서로 연계된 시대적 흐름을 생생하게 보여줄 것입니다. 발표자분들의 깊이 있는 통찰과 역동적인 토론을 기대합니다. 이제 세션을 시작하도록 하겠습니다. 이번 세션은 학술적 통찰과 현장 경험이 만나는 귀중한 시간입니다. 토론이 끝나면, 발표가 끝나면 활발한 질문과 의견 교환을 기대하겠습니다. 발표는 프로시딩에 나와 있는 순서대로 진행하겠습니다. 먼저 스쿠바 대학의 키리아 시에네 선생님께서 1968년 여기에서 전쟁을 말하다, 도쿄에서 온건 학생, 급진 학생, 통군자 간의 협력적 상호작용이라는 주제로 발표를 해주시겠습니다. 그 다음으로는 규슈대학교의 앤드루 홀 선생님께서 규슈대학 AWYC와 비분파주의 활동을 주제로 발표해 주시겠습니다. 이어서 후칭신 선생님께서 학생운동의 골든 주빌리 사건과 1970-80년대 홍콩 기독교회의 사회적 참여 라는 제목의 발표를 진행해 주시겠습니다. 마지막으로 전남대학교의 김형주 선생님께서 1996년 한총련 연세대 시위의 프레임과 동원 구조에 대해서 발표해 주시겠습니다. 모든 발표는 20분씩 할애됩니다. 발표자 여러분들 반드시 시간을 지켜주시길 바랍니다. 제가 3분 남으면 이렇게 3분이라고 3minutes라고 써가지고 알려드리도록 하겠습니다. 청중 여러분께서는 발표를 들으시면서 궁금한 점이나 의견 혹은 보충이 필요한 부분이 있다면 메모해 두셨다가 종합 토론 시간에 질문해 주시기 바랍니다. 자, 이제 첫 번째 발표자이신 키리아 시에네 선생님을 따뜻한 박수로 맞아주시기를 바랍니다. 감사합니다.
여러분 안녕하십니까? 오늘은 소중한 기회를 주셔서 정말 감사합니다. My name is Shiene Kiriya, and I'm from the University of Tsukuba. I'm from Japan, and today I'm going to talk about discussing the war in stations in 1968. So basically, as the Professor Takata has already explained, it's about the 1968 revolution in Japan and especially in Tokyo. But I more focus on the non-activist people who are present at the site of the protest at the time. Yeah, so let me first introduce myself. So actually, my major is urban sociology. So it's a little bit different from the movement studies. And so I have just finished last year my dissertation, and it was on the gatherings, kind of spontaneous gatherings of the urban strangers in urban public spaces. And I especially focus on the post-war Tokyo. So there has been also a lot of political demonstrations on the streets of Tokyo back in 1960s. And I also want to compare with the kind of political demonstration with the more seemingly unpolitical gatherings, like the kind of really famous festive events in Shibuya Crossing, which are held every year on the Halloween day. And I focus on the bodies of the people and the architecture surrounding them and how they interact with each other and how the kind of interaction enable the people to gather on the streets and voice out their political or everyday claims about it. Yeah. So here I put the picture, and this is the picture I took in the University of Tokyo, and it was 2 years ago. And at that time, the university department announced about the tuition hike. And there has been a kind of relatively big demonstration or protest against the tuition hike in the university. And it was really rare in the Japanese history, especially after the 2000s. And also at that time, there was a huge wave of the anti-Gaza genocide protests. So they were kind of combined with each other. And so you can kind of see the small flag of the Palestinian flag there. And yeah, so but at the same time, as you can see, there is a central activist in front of the famous clock tower. But at the same time, you can see in front of the camera, there are people just standing there and watching by how the things are going. So there is always a kind of bystanders or onlookers. And those people are not just indifferent toward the social movement, but actually they are sometimes really sympathetic toward the cause of the movement. But at the same time, they kind of sometimes hesitate to join it or just decided to stand by to watch the demonstration. So I want to see that kind of people today because recently the Japanese society is kind of really infamous for its low level of political participation. And especially the several research has found that there is a passive or even kind of negative attitude among the Japanese younger generation toward the unofficial political activities, which includes the political demonstrations on the streets or the kind of political standing in the urban spaces, or even the strikes, which is basically should be the basic rights for the workers. But still, there is a kind of negative kind of passion toward them. So I want to think about when most people are non-activists in Japanese society, how can the activists can interact with the non-activists? And I want to more focus on
how can the activist people can interact with the non-activists, not only in the way of just incorporating into the movement, but just kind of coexist with the indifferent people and the political protests, especially in the urban space. Yeah, so there has been a much research in the field of the social movement studies, and they have focused on urban spaces as the kind of critical place for people to discuss or voice out their political claims or concerns about the situation. And also the several studies have acknowledged that how the important or active role is played by the rubberneckers who happen to be on the side of the protest. And yeah, but at the same time, the presence of these kinds of non-protesters are kind of not being fully attended in the several research. So today I want to focus that this kind of presence, because I'm the urban sociologist, so I want to see the site of the protest not only in terms of the social movement, but also in terms of the urban space itself. So there is always passers-by or rubberneckers in the urban spaces. So what kind of influence do these kinds of non-activists have on the political protest is my today's question. So the case I want to pick up is the 1968 revolution in Japan. So there has been a kind of strong wave of student movement or the social movement in Tokyo at the time as well. And they are originally broke out from the campus struggles. But at the same time, many of them are also against the US-Japan Security Treaty, which enables the American forces still stationed in Japan, even until right now. And also at the time there was a Vietnam War, so many of the political protests at the time took the form of anti-war demonstration. And the especially important phenomenon at the time is the station discussion. So especially in 1968, students and passers-by spontaneously gathered in the concourse of the terminal stations around Tokyo, and they started to discuss about the Vietnam War in the public space. And each case of street discussion was actually not directly associated with each other, so they were kind of independent phenomena with each other. And so there was not any certain organizers or leaders of these phenomena. So I want to focus how student activists interact in these kind of station discussions with the onlookers and passers-by and how they communicated with them. So actually the overall picture of station discussion is not unknown, and it has not been focused on as well, because it is really kind of independent and it is really transient phenomena. But at the same time, as far as I could found, there has been 4 main examples, at least in Tokyo. And some of you may have visited Tokyo, and some of you may be really familiar with these stations. But one is in Ikebukuro Station, and it is basically the northern terminal station in Tokyo. And the other is the Oji Station, and it is not as a terminal station, but it's more like kind of residential area. But at the same time, as I will explain, there has been a top-down plan to establish the U.S. Army hospital in Oji at the time. And also the famous Shibuya Station, which is the southeastern terminal in Tokyo. And the last station is Shinjuku, and Shinjuku is the eastern terminal station. And also during the 1960s, the station itself was a hub for transporting the jet fuel for U.S. aircrafts from the port of Kawasaki to the U.S. air bases located in the western part of Tokyo. So there has been several articles in the newspapers and magazines about this station discussion. So I have focused on these materials, and let me kind of compare how can these examples have certain characteristics with each other. So the first example is the northern terminal station of Tokyo, which is Ikebukuro Station. And it was the discussion in Ikebukuro was started by the voluntary speech by a student. So he's a university student, and he gave a speech in the concourse of the Ikebukuro station. And the speech was against the port call of the U.S. nuclear aircraft carrier in the Sasebo, which is the southern part of Japan. And so his speech kind of sparked the political discussion among the commuters or passersby who were like walking past the concourse of the station. And so this phenomena, this discussion, can be interpreted as a kind of intentionally encouraged political discussion by the core actor as a student. And so here, this kind of anti-war student functioned, or he played a role as a kind of organizer of discussion among the urban strangers. So he stimulated the passersby to discuss or speak together about the Vietnam War, and also how the Japan is backing up the U.S. Army for conducting the war in Vietnam. And the second example is in Oji. And Oji is a little bit different from the case in Ikebukuro, because first there has been a top-down kind of planning to establish the Oji Field Hospital by the U.S. Army in the town of Oji. And so some anti-war students daily clashed between the riot police in the town of Oji. And actually some local shop owners in Oji were against the students because the anti-war students were considered to be considered to be bringing in the political conflict into the calm residential area. But still, there are really certain number of sympathetic residents in Oji as well. So that kind of residents gathered in front of the Oji station and in every evenings, and they started to discuss about how they can work about the problem of establishment of the U.S. Army hospital in their own town. So it was a kind of community movement against the top-down decision of the government and also the U.S. Army to establish the really war-related facilities in their own town community. And soon after, they formed the group called Group Against the Field Hospital in Oji. And because they formed the group, they got a certain organization to continue on their activities. So these kinds of station discussion continued for about weeks. And even after that, they started to go out of the Oji district, and they started to join in the other anti-war movements all across Tokyo. So this example can be interpreted as the kind of the station discussion which was led by the organized residents. And actually these residents themselves are really inspired by the radical students' direct action, including the clash between the police, because they witnessed the daily clash between the students and the riot police on the streets of their own community. And that really inspired the residents to take their own action. And the third example is I think the most interesting phenomena, and it was the discussion in Shibuya Station, and it was really different one. So because in this case, no one actually really intended to do the station discussion. And at first, in front of the Shibuya Station, the radical students are collecting donations because there are lots of passersby or commuters, so they can gain a lot of money or even the signature from them. And then came the advertising van of the Communist Party. And at the time, there was a certain conflict between the radical student movement and the Communist Party, because the Communist Party thought that the radical students are too radical and too adventurous to do the direct clash between the police. So the Communist Party actually do the announcement in front of the public to criticize these radical students. But the interesting part is after these communists left, some passersby gathered around the students to ask them about why they adopt the violent tactics against the police. And even the students themselves let the passersby to use their own like sound equipment to voice their criticism. So it's finally developed into the kind of impromptu political discussion in front of the station. So here, the communists criticizing the students in the public space actually invoked the certain empathy of passersby toward the students. And the interesting part is even the passersby are not, even the passersby did not totally agree with the radical students, because they think that the radical students' action to fight between the police was too much, but still they share the certain empathy toward the action of the student movement. And so they kind of, they're different in ideology, but at the same time they're like stepping closer with each other to do the political discussion. So here, each actor's practice actually accidentally linked to one another, and that eventually sparked the discussion. And no one was actually intended from the first place to do the station discussion, in this case of Shibuya. And the last example was in Shinjuku, and it was actually the most kind of famous example in Japan. And in the case of Shinjuku Station, the station itself has a certain like political context in 1960s, because the Shinjuku Station itself was really involved in the bombings in Vietnam, because Tokyo has a port in the southern part, which is called Kawasaki. And so they imported the fuel from the Kawasaki port, and they transported the fuel up north, and then the Shinjuku Station has become a hub to change the direction of the train into the western part. And in the western part of Tokyo, there has been several U.S. air bases. So the transportation of jet fuel to the U.S. air bases in the western suburbs itself has a certain political connotation for the people at the time. And as a result, the Shinjuku Station had become the popular site for the radical fractions of student movements to demonstrate against the war, and also they stand to collect donations. So it's kind of similar to Shibuya, and no one was actually intended to do the station discussion here as well. Some passersby stopped to criticize the students when the students are collecting donations. And they're like criticizing against their violent tactics against the people. And they were exchanging the criticism and the rebuttal with each other, and that eventually led to the huge station discussion circle like this photo. So here it is really interesting that the opponents of the radical student movement itself played a crucial role in forming the station discussion in the concourse. Yeah, so here's my conclusion. So there has been two types of this station discussion right now. So one is by the discussion, which is organized by the residents, and it was intentionally sparked by the core activists. So that's why they are successfully kind of organized themselves, and so that they could sustain for a certain period of time. But at the same time, participants mostly share the same standpoint from the first place. So they're all against a war in Vietnam. They're all against the Japanese government's commitment into the Vietnam War. But at the same time, the second type of the discussion was the improvised discussion, like the cases in Shibuya and Shinjuku. And so it was totally kind of unintended, but at the same time, it was really transient, and it was really fragile and easily suppressed by the police at the end. But still, it is really impressive that the ideological disagreement between the activists and passersby, that kind of disagreement itself was a really important part to spark the political discussion in the station. So here it has certain implication on how we can construct a political assembly based on not only the ideological solidarity, but at the same time the differences in political kind of attitudes among the people. Yeah, so yeah, here's my presentation, and thank you very much.
Okay. Well, thank you, everybody, for coming. And this one is going to be about Kyushu University. A lot of photos. It's almost more of a photo essay than content, perhaps. But and it's a big story. It's a big story, and so I'm going to kind of struggle to get it all in. I'll try to tell you this one part of it. But, okay, so I'm looking at activism in the 1968-1969 period at Kyushu University, focusing in on one aspect, one group of participants. I'll be okay. I'll use this. Known as the Anti-War Youth Committee, a group that has not been studied very much. Is it going to be like that? It's going to be cut off a little bit. Okay, well, that's all right. I'll live with it. Maybe here. Let me get my own computer so I can remind myself. Okay, so scholarship about this 1968-1969 period tends to focus on the split between the Japanese Communist Party and New Left activists that Kitty-san mentioned briefly. But I'm going to look, that's part of what I'm doing, but I also want to look at what the Socialist Party, Japanese Socialist Party people, and people inspired by that group did, including groups known as the Anti-War Youth Committees. Now, Kyushu University has a very long, this is in Fukuoka, in the southernmost major island of Japan, southwest part of Japan. And it's one of the major former imperial universities, a very large university. And they had a very active student movement from the beginning of the post-war period. Early years, it was dominated by Japanese Communist Party activists, but like the rest of the country, Japanese Communist Party, a lot of students split from the Communist Party in 1957, 58, 59 over Soviet use of nuclear weapons, nuclear testing, and Hungary, the invasion of Hungary. And they formed this new left group called the Bund that was doing more direct action than the Communist Party. So that was very strong in Kyushu as well. But then, after the Yampo protests failed in 1960, the Bund split up, fractured into a variety of groups. And at Kyushu University, the socialists actually rose up and became the dominant student group from about 1961 to 1967, with the new left sects, the former Bund sects, and the Japanese Communist Party also there. And then this period I'm going to talk about, 68 to 70, a socialist-inspired non-sect group, the Anti-War Youth Committee, in cooperation with some of these new left sects, was a major force, let's say. Everybody was there. Kyushu University was a place where all the different factions were there. But I'm particularly interested in the strength of this group. Oop, other way. Okay. So I'm going to give you a very brief first preview of what happened here. So in January 1968, really sparked things, and Kiria-san mentioned this, that the U.S. nuclear aircraft carrier Enterprise came into the Sasebo Naval Base, which is in Nagasaki, about an hour and a half southwest of Fukuoka. And demonstrators from all over the country gathered in Sasebo to try to stop this aircraft carrier from coming in. And they used Kyushu University as their base. And they would stay overnight on campus and then go to Sasebo and then come back. And this really inspired a lot of the students to, they said, oh, I was just kind of went to see what was happening, and I came back, I had tear gas, I smelled of tear gas, and now I was really committed to the cause after that. So that really got the campus riled up. In May to July 1968, there was attempts to block the transfer of ammunition, again similar to the Shinjuku story, from an ammunition depot in Kita-Kyushu, a little bit north of the Fukuoka. Then, most spectacularly, in June 1968, a U.S. Phantom F-4 crashed into the Kyushu University campus and dangled from a building, from the 5th floor of a building, and would remain there for the next 6 months or so, actually, as the students didn't let this go. The students did not want this plane to be returned to the United States. They wanted to use this as an opportunity to push Americans to leave this Air Force base that was nearby. And so they built a barricade around the buildings where this plane was, and then did also various other occupations throughout the campus to protest, try to achieve change, in the university and with the Vietnam War. And then it culminated in October 1969, where the students had occupied this major building on campus, and riot police stormed it, lifted the blockade, removed the plane. So there's other things as well, and there's things afterwards as well, but these are the kind of the major key events. All right, a little bit of background on kind of special characteristics of Kyushu University, Fukuoka. Labor and the left wing of the Japanese Socialist Party was particularly strong here. And one of the big reasons is that there was a teacher in the economics department named Sakisaka Itsuro. And he had been, from the pre-war period, a leader of what's called the Ronoha, or which became the leading part of the left wing of the Japanese Socialist Party, and a group called the Shikai Shugi Kyokai. So he's a professor, but he's also a major national leader of intellectual thought in this thing, and an organizer. And he encouraged students to participate in labor movements all over the country. And in particular, the strikes in 1960 at the Mitsui, well, before and after, but culminating in 1960, at the Mitsui Mikke coal mine in Omuta, Fukuoka. It's interesting how the letters do that. I'm going to change the systems. Okay. This became a center of national labor struggles at that period. It was only about an hour, Omuta was about an hour train away from Fukuoka, and Sakisaka and his allies really encouraged a lot of the students to go, spend a lot of time there, helping the miners in their strike, learning from the miners. That was a big part of it, that the students should be learning from the miners, not the other way around, and experiencing labor struggles through that. And a lot of students did that. A lot of students got very inspired by that. Also, Kitakyushu is an industrial city to the north of Fukuoka, another industrial center famous for its steel mills, and a site of frequent labor disputes that students participated in. So labor activism was very much tied to what was going on at Kyushu University. I think a lot of other universities is kind of a theoretical thing. Yeah, the workers are out there. I want to support the workers. But in Kyushu University, they really were working with the workers directly. Another key aspect of Kyushu University is its close proximity to American military bases. In particular, there's a base called Itazuke. I'm sorry that I have these slides. Which is today's Fukuoka International Airport. And if you ever go to Fukuoka, the International Airport is right downtown. It's just 2 subway stops from the downtown, from Hakata Station. It's very close, very convenient. It's great. It's not like Tokyo, where you have to travel long ways out to Narita, or Osaka, where you have to go out in the ocean. It's right there, which is lovely. So this major Air Force base, it was one of the key places because, well, and here, let me just show you. So here's the campus. Here's the campus, Hakozaki campus, and up there in the red is the airport. And it's only 5 kilometers away. And so planes go buzzing, as planes are taking off, they go buzzing right over the campus. And I was at this campus later, after it became an international airport, and it was really loud. Basically, the planes would go over, you have to stop your lecture for a second and wait for the planes to go over. Apparently in those days, the American military planes were very low, too. So it was a sense of danger of these planes around all the time. Also, there's, again, Sasebo, this naval base, not far away, and this Yamada ammunition depot in Kitakyushu, and Iwakuni base pretty close as well. So lots of military bases around them. American military, you know, again, the planes are flying over campus every day, so you've definitely felt this. There's plane crashes several times, or planes dropping fuel, or pieces of the plane coming off, and so there have been several accidents over the years. In particular, here's just some people in town. There's the plane going, you know, right overhead. You know, so that was a big part of their lives in the 60s. In 1961, there had been a crash in a residential area where 4 Japanese had been killed and come to their house. So this was, you know, on people's minds. Meanwhile, the Vietnam War is heating up. You know, from 1965, there's large-scale American troops going to Vietnam, major bombings of Vietnam. 1968, January 1968, the Tet Offensive by the North Vietnamese and the Viet Cong intensifies the war. And also the U.S. Pueblo is seized by North Korea in January 1968. So military tensions are getting high, and this base, Itazuke base, is being used a lot. Okay, so that's the background. Now, I want to just introduce this idea of an anti-war youth committee. So these Hansen Seinen Iinkai were founded in 1865 by the left-wing labor organization, the national labor organization, Sohyo, and its ally, the Japanese Socialist Party. The Japanese Socialist Party, the left wing of the Japanese Socialist Party, sometimes you might think, oh, there's the communists and there's the kind of more moderate socialists. The left wing of the Japanese Socialist Party was a hardcore Marxist party. This was a very, very Marxist group. It's called the Ronoha group. Very much committed to a peaceful revolution, a Marxist revolution. So let me just get that. And then their ally, the Sohyo Union, was like that as well. So they decided they wanted to mobilize young industrial workers against the Japan-South Korea Normalization Treaty that happened in 1965, and also to oppose the Vietnam War. And some students joined as well, but it's a worker-centered organization. And they had an open-door policy. They wanted to work with not just socialists, but anybody who wanted to work with them. They were hoping the communists at first, but the communists kind of rejected it. But they worked with the new left radicals as well. They welcomed them into this. And sometimes the new left kind of burrowed in and took over several of these organizations. By 1968, 1969, the Socialist Party, these groups become, very active in the streets, opposing the Vietnam War. They do these direct actions, blocking things, causing trouble. Socialist Party gets scared about it. They call it an onigo, this kind of wayward child that we'd created, and they start to distance themselves from these organizations from 1968 or so. This organization, for its key role in the 68-69 demonstrations, very little has been written about them in English or Japanese. The focus has been on these new left radical sects or the Communist Party, not very much about this group. In English, the only person that mentions them is Thomas Havens. He just kind of mentions them. He focuses on this other group called Beiheiren, which is a more civic and, well, I guess you could say peaceful, but it's not a labor group. It's more of a civic group. And he focuses on them, and he mentions the anti-war youth committees as just this kind of violent extremists that are kind of ruining the cause, making a bad name for the public, alienating people towards it. Yeah, he focuses on this group called Beiheiren. In Kyushu University, Beiheiren and the anti-war youth committees are basically the same people. They're together, they're working together, they're almost the same thing at Kyushu University. Okay, so again, who's our major actors at this point on campus? So there's no single sect that dominates Kyushu University's student body. And this is, by the way, this is based on my interviews. I've interviewed about 80 people from this generation, so I'm hearing about all these different sects. And what sect you belong to is a really big part of your identity during this period. But so there's the old left people who are part of the Japanese Communist Party. The youth group on campus is called the Minsei. And also the teachers' union is dominated by Communist Party people at this point. Then there's the Socialist Party. There's an organization called Shaseido, which is the youth group for the Socialist Party, which I'll talk about more in a second. And they're the ones who tend to form these anti-war youth committees. But they would work in cooperation with non-sect radicals, people who didn't belong to any sect but were left-wing radicals. And also two of these sect groups would work with them sometimes. The Kaihoha, which was a breakoff from Shaseido, and a Trotskyite group called the Chukakuha. They would work together with common cause, sometimes not work together, but sometimes work together. Then there's another group, another Trotskyite group called the Kakumaruha, which hated working with other people, was very dependent, and would reject any kind of cooperation with any other group. So they're always acting. Sometimes they acted next to these other groups because they had the same goal, but they refused to kind of talk and cooperate with them. Let me just mention the Shaseido group. Shaseido is the youth group of the Japanese Socialist Party, and they're kind of created in 1960 as to copy the Japanese Communist Party's youth group, the Minsei. Minsei are very much controlled by the Communist Party. They follow the orders. Shaseido, the Socialist Party in general is just a looser party than the Communist Party. There's different factions involved, and there's kind of a sense of, we'll accept you, we're maybe not happy about it, but we'll work with these other different socialists. And the Shaseido was like that as well. They didn't really take commands from the higher authorities in the Socialist Party. They could kind of do their own thing. And each chapter kind of had their own character. The Fukuoka one was a very independent group, made of former Miyake mine workers, Kita Kyushu industrial workers, and some university students. Very independent, and very focused on anti-war activities. They did labor things as well. But the Socialist Party wanted to focus just on labor things, workplace activities. While the Shaseido Fukuoka people wanted to do street protests about the Vietnam War, and they did. All right, so just kind of go back to these things. So the Enterprise port call in January 1968, and the Socialist Party and the Communist Party and the New Left all converge on Sasebo, doing demonstrations. Okay, I'm going to skip to this. And especially the New Left do clashes with the police. And the socialists, the communists are kind of, they're aghast at this. While the socialists and the non-sect people are kind of like, oh, they're somewhat impressed by what the new sect, the sects are doing, these clashes with the police, these direct actions. And they're interested in kind of bringing some of those ideas, some of those things that they're doing into their areas. So very soon after that, the Saseido people, the Socialist Party people, formed something called the Kita Kyushu Anti-War Youth Committee. Actually, it existed before, since 1965, but it was in abeyance. It was not working. But it was restarted by Saseido people in 1968, focused on workers, but including students as well. And their big thing is, I mentioned, this ammunition depot in Kita Kyushu called Yamada Ammunition Depot. And hundreds of demonstrators went there, used nonviolent obstructionary tactics to stop the ammunition from being transported. They went to the ports and tried to block the ships from unloading ammunition. They sat on the train lines. And here's pictures of, well, here's they're doing a snake dance. And you can see that it says, the flag says Beiheiren, so the Beiheiren people are there with them. Here they're at the ports trying to stop goods from coming in. Here they're sitting on the train lines, and the police would come and pull them out, but then they'd go around back again and sit again. And for months, they were able to stop this ammunition from being transported. There's somebody helmet here that says Kyushu University Anti-War Group, so they've already been formed at this point. And also Socialist Party members. These are Socialist Party officials participated in these as well. Things are starting to really get mixed up here. I'm getting slides that are getting like mixed up together. Okay. All right. Well, so they're very active. Kyushu University students are participating in this Yamada protests. They get excited about this. They were at the Enterprise, then they were at the Yamada protests, and so they form a Kyushu University Anti-War Youth Committee, or AWYC, as I'm doing the slides here. A lot of graduate students, many of them who actually had working experience. They'd worked in factories and then went back to graduate school. Several of them from the Socialist Party, connections with the Socialist Party, but had this kind of non-sect desire. They want to do things as just leftist radicals and not be attached to the Socialist Party, the Communist Party, or any of these sects. But they worked, like I say, they worked with the various sects as well. All right, so very soon after they get formed, well, okay. There's a building that's under construction. It's not finished yet. It's going to be the most advanced computer center in Western Japan, and an American plane crashes into it in June 1968. At nighttime, about 11 o'clock at night. Students all gather, students that are living nearby hear the crash. They come in. There's a big fire. Actually, the two Americans that were on the plane are able to parachute out and to safety. And one is on campus, and so military police come, American military police with guns to try to get him out of campus. Students surround the car that he's in to not let him out off the campus, and including some of these anti-war committee people are there. Finally, the heads of the university has to come out and negotiate with the students to let this pilot go. But this becomes, so there's the plane dangling from this building. Again, nobody's hurt. The building was under construction. It was the evening, so nobody's in there. Nobody got hurt in this fire. It just caused damage, but there's the plane, again, dangling from there. And it galvanized the campus to say, this base, this Air Force base right next to our campus is dangerous. Oh my gosh, okay. It's dangerous, and we got to get rid of it. So the students and the faculty, including the university president, did demonstrations. And this is one of the few cases where the university president was right there with the students for at least the first few months, saying we need to end this thing. But I'll just kind of, and here's the university president. Here's some of these demonstrations, including flags that are clearly Communist Party inspired, but then right next to them, Zengakuren, New Left people were there as well. Anti-war student community people. You can't see those flags very well, but it says Kyushu Anti-War Youth Committee. So they're going through the streets of Fukuoka. They end up at the American consulate, which is not far from the university as well, and do protests there. So this is Hansen. This is Houston University Anti-War Committee group is leading some of these demonstrations. They go to the base itself, in front of the front base, where they face off against Japanese police. Okay, but I'm going to skip ahead very quickly. Here's the plane, it's just dangling there for months. People are living their lives. In July, so the month after the plane crashes, the university says, well, okay, we want to get this, we want to push to get this base out of here, but we need to rebuild this building. So let's get this plane down and rebuild the building. But the radical students want to keep it there until there's a promise from the Americans that they're going to get rid of this base and use it as kind of a symbol of, the war. So they build barricades around the plane, and the youth committee with the sect students build it together. The anti-war youth committee, the person on the ground who's leading it is a guy named Hirai. He's this guy with the bullhorn hair. He's very tall, handsome. I have another picture of him. It's not coming up. Anyways, there's a better picture of him, but he's the guy on the scenes. He's very much a direct action person. I've interviewed him. Very interesting person. But he's also wants to make sure that this remains a non-sect, not being directed by any larger political organization. Okay. In December 1968, the sects start fighting each other. The Kaihoha and Kakumaruha start violently fighting each other on campus. And so the anti-war student youth committee is trying to keep the peace amongst them, but the sects are fighting each other. June 1969, the anti-war group and the sects together occupy a major building on the Ropponmatsu campus, and finally there's basically a decision that's going to be a big showdown here. They're following the example of what happened in Tokyo a few months earlier. The police are going to come and drag us out, but it's going to be this big media event. And so basically 16 students agree to stay till the very end and get dragged out. They're all sect students. The anti-war student committee, anti-war youth committee leaders say, it's not worth it. We don't need to get anybody arrested. Let's not get caught somewhere where there's no exit and we're going to get arrested. So let's not do this. But the sects, the New Left sects say, no, we want to do this. And they all have students there. And there's this final battle on the streets where dozens of people are arrested. So this is the first major time where there's arrests on campus. And this is the point where the university says, okay, the university was pretty patient. For a year and a half here, they're negotiating, trying to make some understanding with them. But finally, after a year and a half, they said, that's it, we're going to bring in the riot police and reopen the campus. So here's the building. The students retreat up to the roof and fight on the roof. They're throwing a Molotov cocktail. The riot police are using water cannons, tear gas. They finally climb up the buildings because the stairways are all blocked. And they climb up the outside, get to the top, and finally arrest the students who are throwing Molotov cocktails and starting fires. Okay. Oh, these slides. Sorry. This woman is one of my major person that I interviewed several times. She was the one female of the 16 who was arrested. So then the police come in. They're able to take the plane down and they take the plane down and end the major things. Okay. Aftermath. The anti-war youth committees pretty much stopped functioning as a protest organization by the mid-1970s. The leaders shifted into raising money for the defense of the arrested students, environmental activism, and other activities. The sects, the people who are in the sects, become more and more violent. They descend into factional wars, fighting each other, or in their own groups, breaks up into groups that fights each other. A lot of them quit. A lot of people I interviewed who are part of the sects at this point say, hey, I didn't sign up for this crazy fighting for each other, and they quit. But the people who stay in the groups are more and more committed, and they're very violent, and there's killings of people throughout the 70s and into the early 80s of these groups. The Japanese Socialist Party distanced itself from the anti-war youth committees in 1969. As unions continue to weaken, the student movement slackens. Nationally, the anti-war youth committees largely disappeared nationally in 1973. You can't really read that. But Kyudai leaders, the graduate students who were the leaders, a lot of them went into academics and became activists. The tall guy I mentioned, he becomes a leading anti-nuclear activist. He's constantly going from one nuclear place to another, leading various things against them. Another one's an environmental activist. Another one gets very involved in Burakumin things. And then, interesting, that's kind of often what you see. Here's something, I ran into this thing. The undergraduates, on the other hand, they got a group of them, about 20 of them, were very disillusioned by this thing. Okay, I'm going to stop. It's my last minute. And they form a secret cell. They quit being students. They go as workers. They don't say that they were ever students at Kyushu University. They keep that secret. They go in as just regular workers into Kyushu factories and try to become this secret cell that's going to teach revolution to the other workers or be with the other workers, hopefully to foment a revolution. And for 6 years, they're there until 1976. No one's ever talked about this group, and I've discovered this group, and I've discovered like they have this magazine that gets published every 2 months until 1976. And they're using secret names, but they're encouraging each other through this magazine. So this is a very interesting group, and I'm going to do some more work with them. Okay, that's them. All right, I guess I'll stop there. I have some conclusions, but yeah, I think you get the idea. Okay, thank you very much.
So good afternoon, everyone. So my paper is about the Golden Jubilee incident in Hong Kong during the 1970s. So this article will trace the origins and development of the incident and focuses on the roles and stance of the Christian Industrial Committee and breakthrough in the course of Golden Jubilee incident. The Golden Jubilee incident reveals that the post-World War II partnership forged between the major Christian denominations and the government was not the sole expression of Christian social engagement in Hong Kong, and that it was increasingly getting challenged. Against the backdrop of church-state relations in Hong Kong, this article also uses the incident to analyze the characteristic of Hong Kong Christian social participation in the 1970s and 80s. So the active support and response in action from grant education sector and the workers and the mass Hong Kong citizens helped lay the mass base for the democratic movement for the 1980s. So the 1970s is often remembered as a decade of reform and rising prosperity in Hong Kong. After the 1967 so-called riots, the colonial government began to address post-war social construction. They launched reforms such as changes to urban council elections, the establishment of the ICAC, the 10-year housing program, and 9 years of free education. So the economic growth improved the lives and careers of many residents, and the Mugly Horse era came to symbolize a more responsive and colonial administration. Yet this also was a decade of growing social mobilization. University students initiated Defend 钓鱼台 movement and anti-corruption campaigns. The workers and residents across different sectors engaged in protests over price hikes, unemployment, and other livelihood issues. While large-scale campaigns, such as the movement to make Chinese an official language in Hong Kong, challenged the older assumption about who had the right to speak in public. Through these struggles, citizens moved from a stance of mutual non-existence with the government to affirming their civil rights and the citizen-state relationship. So within this changing landscape, the Christian churches occupied a very particular position. Since the 19th century, actually, the colonial government had cultivated close ties with Catholic and Protestant churches who provided education and social services for the British garrison and the colonial elites. After 1949, when large numbers of refugees poured into Hong Kong and the state lacked welfare and educational capacity, Church-run relief and the overseas networks became indispensable, like policy documents in the mid-60s and early 70s explicitly affirmed voluntarily organizations, especially churches, as key partners in social welfare. So in education, this partnership was institutionalized through the sponsoring body system, that the churches sponsored schools while the government provided subsidy and land. So the Catholic Church was one of the major sponsoring bodies and fully participated in the scheme for 6 and then 9 years of free education. So this partnership allowed churches to expand large-scale educational and welfare services, but it also made them financially dependent on the state and, in practice, reluctant to criticize government policies. So theologically speaking, some commentators argue that the churches were in danger of losing their prophetic office, of losing their capacity to speak truth to power. So it is again this backdrop that we must understand the Golden Jubilee Secondary School incident. So the Precious Blood Golden Jubilee Secondary School, located in Homantin, it was founded in 1973 as a government-subsidized Chinese medium girls' school, sponsored by the Sister of Precious Blood, which is a Catholic mission. What began in 1977 as teachers and the students' opposition to corruption soon escalated to a major public controversies that involved university student organizations, civil society groups, and ordinary citizens. Sito Hua, then chairperson of the Hong Kong Professional Teachers Union, later described the incident as the beginning of Hong Kong society's march towards progress. So, let me give a very briefly a recall to the main incident of the Golden Jubilee School. So there is a rumor of financial mismanagement circulated from the school's early years. And in 1977, 2 teachers discovered that some 250,000 Hong Kong dollars of school funds had been diverted to the sponsoring body, which is the Precious Blood Sisters. And they reported this to ICAC, accompanied by Sito Hua. And subsequently, the Sister of the Precious Blood admitted problems in the accounts, and the founding principal, Beatrice Learn, was resigned. But the sponsoring body refused to answer further questions. So in early May 1977, students received an anonymous letter from a teacher explaining the incident and endorsing supporting documents. They demanded an open, transparent explanation, and when a joint petition failed, they launched a 2-day sit-ins and a class boycott in June. So the Education Bureau responded by issuing warning letters to all 35 teachers, accusing them of involvement in the students' defiance and threatening to revoke their teaching qualifications. This move was widely read as the government siding with the school authorities and suppressing the teachers' and students' demand, and it further strengthened the students' and teachers' solidarity. In September 1977, a new principal, Sister Kwan, was appointed. Her administration escalated the tension. She repeatedly issued warning letters, refused to open Form 6 classes, canceled extracurriculum activities, and the students often found that their school bags had been secretly searched. Attempts by teachers to communicate with her and with the school board were ignored. So in April 1978, after students confronted the principal and vice principal about the bag search incidents, 4 student representatives were suspended. So parents sought help through Sito Hua, and a staff member physically assaulted a student. So on May the 7th, 1978, The teachers' union and the parents held a press conference. The next day, the principal held her own and received full support from the Education Bureau. So teachers, students, and parents then petitioned the government house and staged a week-long sit-in outside the Catholic bishop's house, hoping to meet Bishop John Baptist Wu, but he never received them. On May 14th, the Education Bureau announced that because the situation was deteriorating, Golden Jubilee would be closed and a new school, Teresa Secondary School, would open on the same premises in September. The Executive Council endorsed the closure, effectively dismissing 16 teachers, and Bishop Wu publicly supported the decision. So the closure triggered a powerful public backlash. Golden Jubilee teachers, students, and parents formed a committee to fight for reopening the school. The teachers' union joined the campaign and petitioned Governor Lee Horse, a joint committee of various sectors for the reopening of Golden Jubilee, brought together university students, professionals, and other groups. And also student volunteers from Hong Kong University and the Chinese University of Hong Kong provided free tutoring for the students. So as you can see on the upper right corner, 2 outstanding students were shot in the photo. One is Zhang Menguang, former member of Legislative Council and former member of Democracy Party. And the other one is Carrie Lam, former chief executive of Hong Kong SAR, infamous for cracking down the 2019 movement. So a People's Assembly in Victoria Park on May the 28th attracted some 10,000 participants, the largest rally since the 1967 riots. Public opinion survey suggested that more than 80% of respondents opposed the closure. Under this pressure, the three-person investigative committee formed, and in their report, they recommended opening a new school to accommodate Golden Jubilee students who were unwilling to attend Teresa Secondary School. And in autumn, a new school, the 5 Districts Business Welfare Association School, was established to receive the displaced students and teachers. Although the original demand of reopening the school was not met, many contemporaries regarded this as a relatively satisfactory outcome, because the final report also urged long-term improvements in monitoring school accounts and in communication between staffs, school boards, and the Educational Bureau. So the incident evolved from an internal school finance issue into a high-profile confrontation among teachers and students, the sponsoring Catholic body, the Educational Bureau, and the colonial government. It also became a focal point for an emerging civil society that was increasingly willing to protest and to demand accountability. So within this struggle, the Hong Kong Christian Industrial Committee played a very important role. In the 1950s and 60s, Hong Kong churches were widely associated with distributing milk powder to refugees. They are active in charity, but reluctant to confront structural injustice. Bound by their partnership with the government and operating with a narrow understanding of social engagement, mainstream churches in Hong Kong avoided anything that looked like politics or protest. Evangelical churches, in particular, insisted that the church's primary mission was evangelism. But CIC emerged out of industrial mission efforts within the Hong Kong Christian Council. It was reorganized in 1968, and under Director Raymond Fong, they shifted from a mediating role to a very clear stance of standing on the side of the workers and building peace through justice. The committee participated in labor disputes, assisted workers injured in industrial accidents, joined anti-corruption and anti-price hike campaigns, and lobbied the government for labor legislation such as monthly rest days, public assistance, and paid maternity leave. Many churches regarded the CIC as a group of troublemakers, but its leaders insisted that their position stemmed from the gospel. So the executive committee chair, Lik Kyu Ding, argued that most workers in Hong Kong had long been controlled and exploited by a small group of economic elite, and that Christians ought to stand with the poor and oppressed. Influenced by Missio Dei theology, Raymond Fong understood mission not as something confined to the church building, but as participation in God's work in the world, including in factories, labor disputes, and the social involvement. The CIC thus saw itself as a vanguard within the church, demonstrating that being Christian and being a worker were not mutually exclusive, and that the struggle for justice and the knowledge of God were inseparable. So once the Golden Jubilee incident erupted, the CIC naturally became involved. It was one of 8 organizations that initiated the People's Assembly on May the 28th, and later on co-organized the mass petition on July the 9th. In a statement titled, "Why the Hong Kong Christian Industrial Committee Participates in the Golden Jubilee Secondary School Incident," it explained to workers why a labor-oriented organization would support a group of teachers and students. The gospel, it argued, is for the broad masses, and the church must not listen only to the powerful and wealthy, but also to the powerless. So the statement sharply criticized church leaders for listening only to senior educational bureau officials and the principal, for making closed-door decisions with the authorities, and for aligning themselves with the Executive Council, the representative of Hong Kong's most powerful and wealthiest stratum, while ignoring the pleas of the lowly and young. Responsibility for the incident might be shared among government, church, and school, but the CIC's declaration shifted the focus to the church's vocation and mission. It called the churches to reclaim its prophetic role rather than siding with the powerful. So at the end of the statement, the CIC observed that workers understand very well what it feels like to be labeled, excluded, and ignored when striving for dignity and justice. This line explicitly linked workers and Golden Jubilee students and teachers as groups sharing experiences of marginalized and struggle. In other words, the CIC refused to let teachers, students, and workers remain the others to one another. Through its participation in the Golden Jubilee incident, the CIC not only embodied its theology of solidarity with the oppressed, but also issued a concrete challenge to the prevailing alignment between churches and the colonial state. The second Christian actor I want to highlight is Breakthrough, an evangelical organization that emerged in the 1970s. Evangelical churches in Hong Kong are often criticized as theologically conservative and socially disengaged, concerned only with personal evangelism. But in the 1970s, both global and local factors nudged them toward a broader vision. Internationally, the 1974 Lausanne Congress and the World Evangelism and the Lausanne Covenant affirmed social responsibility as integral to Christian mission and rejected any strict division between evangelism and social concern. So locally, a new generation of university students, they're concerned with the world, China, and the society. They challenged churches that remained indifferent to social realities. So Christian students' fellowships began to publish reflections on culture, the nation, and social issues from a Christian perspective. Against this background, Breakthrough was founded in 1973 as a pioneering evangelical initiative in social concern. Its founder, Josephine So Yampui, had already written essays about the younger generation. The writings criticized the middle class and spiritualized the church culture and called Christians to a prophetic engagement with youth and society. She argued that Hong Kong Christians should publish a high-quality periodical to articulate a Christian voice in society, guide disoriented young people, and build proper value. Christians cannot remain silent any longer, she says. And the Breakthrough magazine, launched in 1974, quickly evolved from a bi-monthly into a monthly and gradually into a multimedia youth movement. From the outset, it sought to serve as the conscience of society and the prophetic voice that cared about youth and advocate countercultural values. So in Golden Jubilee incident, Breakthrough and Christian Fellowship faced a concrete test of how to embody this prophetic calling. On 26 June 1978, Breakthrough, together with several students and professional fellowships, issued a statement titled, Breaking the Impasse of the Golden Jubilee Incident, Restoring Normal Life, School Life on a New Basis. The choice of the word impasse, rather than terms such as oppression or repression, reflected Breakthrough's intent not to pass comprehensive judgment, but to offer constructive proposals. Unlike the CIC, Breakthrough did not simply side with the oppressed. It maintained that truth and justice were neither automatically on the side of the powerful, nor necessarily on the side of the oppressed. Christians, it argued, must approach the incident from the perspective of a just God with special attention to human value and dignity. The statement therefore called for refocusing on Golden Jubilee students so that they would not become victims of the incident. It issued 5 appeals directed at children, students, teachers, administrators, and society at large, in emphasizing voluntarily transfers and reconciliation. Students return to school, educational quality and fair treatment of Golden Jubilee's teachers and students in further study and employment. The standpoint was that of students as young people and learners. It prioritizes their education, further development, and mental health, while refraining from harsh condemnation of any party, and instead seeking pragmatic solutions. In this sense, the statement reflected Breakthrough's self-position as a caring friend and mentor to youth, and as a reporter and critic relatively detached from vested interests. When participating in social movements, it adopted a moderate stance, taking Christian values as its criteria for social engagement. Beyond issuing statements, Breakthrough opened its response page to letters from readers, expressing different views of the incident, encouraging reflection and discussion. During the sit-in, Josephine So and the Breakthrough staff carried a banner to the side. At that time, Breakthrough was still under the umbrella of Fellowship of Evangelical Students, which organized Christian university students to provide voluntary tutoring and publicly support the Golden Jubilee students, almost the only evangelical group to do so. So in the early 1980s, Breakthrough remained one of the main and more active Christian organizations engaged in social issues, and one of the very few evangelical representatives in this arena. So in the 1970s, often it is remembered positively because of the establishment of ICAC, economic growth, and multi-horse era social policies. Yet, the handling of the Golden Jubilee incident reveals a more authoritarian and conservative colonial structure that selectively listened to the public voices and suppressed the dissent. Reforms and social policies were frequently responses to pressure from below rather than initiatives aimed at democratization. The government hoped citizens would adapt and assume social responsibilities, but did not encourage political participation. Student movements, workers, and citizen struggles for rights and large-scale campaigns against corruption and livelihood problems collectively pushed Hong Kong society forward and widened the space for protest and the political claims. In this context, the Golden Jubilee incident was far more than a case of school corruption. It dramatized the conflict between an increasingly assertive civil society and a colonial regime anxious to maintain its hegemony. The broad public support for Golden Jubilee teachers and the students grew out of emerging expectations for integrity, zero tolerance of corruption, and a more open attitude toward grassroots movements and pressure groups. Sito Hua, therefore, regarded the incident as symbolically crucial. If the government succeeded in suppressing the struggle, social movements might have been strangled and the society pushed backwards. Instead, the authorities, ultimately compromised, offered a relatively reasonable solution and began a review, financial supervision, and communication mechanism in church-government educational partnerships. Within this evolving context, the CIC and Breakthrough embodied distinct yet convergent forms of Christian prophetic engagement. And basically, this is the presentation of my paper. Oh, thank you all.
Thank you, everyone, for attending this session, and thank you spending my time a lot. So I don't need enough time to present about my presentation, but anyway, please cheer up. Yes, I'm the last presenter of this session, right? Yeah, please listen carefully. So today I'm going to talk about the 1996 Yonsei University protest organized by Han Chongnyeon. Han Chongnyeon is the largest student movement organization at that time. And then the 1996 Yonsei University protest remained one of the largest mass arrest incidents in modern Korean society, actually. The more than 5,800 students were taken into custody. But most previous discussions have described the protest as a violent pro-North incident and or a failed radical movement. So today, I'm attempted to move beyond this simplified interpretation by analyzing the framing process, mobilization structure, and the lived experience of the participating student. So that's one of the well-known scenes of the Yonsei protest. So in August 1996, student protests at Yonsei University were holding placard. So the large one, the placard, that means we want to go home. We want to go back home. And then on the window, you can see that some word. That means, Mom, we are hungry. Mom, you are hungry, literally. So what had happened to them at that time? So at first, the police shielded off the Yonsei University to prevent the event from taking place, while the students fought their way onto the campus using steel iron pipe and the Molotov cocktail in an attempt to hold the event, actually. But later, after the student had entered the campus, the police once again blocked them from leaving the university and launched a large-scale crackdown. So approximately the 10,000 students were isolated inside the campus for 8 days. The water and the electricity were cut off, and the delivery of the food and the medical supply was blocked. As a result, the students suffered from the extreme hot weather and then hunger. The police deployed 11 helicopters and more than 6,000 officers from the 51 police unit using tear gas, liquid tear agents to suppress the protest. In response, the student built the barricade and then set fire as an act of the resistance. So one thing really interesting for me I found on the newspaper is that the police headquarters actually reviewed the Yasuda Auditorium case that happened at Tokyo University in 1969. Yes, they reviewed the case and then prepared, and then they learned about how the Japanese police suppressed that. So I found this on the A line. Probably, I guess they learned something about their case and then applied to them, I think. So as a result, the 5,848 students were taken into custody. So I want to give you more detail about the Yonsei protest. So from August 16 to the 15, 1996, Han Chong-ryun held the 7th Pan National Rally and the 6th Pan National Youth and Student Reunification Festival at Yonsei University. At that time, Han Chong-ryun really focused on the reunification movement between South and North Korea. Yeah. And the police prohibited the event and sealed off the area around the Yonsei University beginning on August 12, resulting in clash with the student attempting to proceed with the event. And then after the event concluded on August 15, actually students attempted to leave the campus, but the police maintained the blockade and then prevented them from returning home. So food and medical supplies are also blocked from entering the general education building and the science building where students remained. So as a result, students suffered from the hunger and heat for 4 nights and 5 days. So protest and siege, which began on the August 12, ended on the morning of the August 20 with a large-scale police crackdown involving helicopter. So participants were labeled pro-North violent leftist group. However, I don't really think that definition described all the Yonsei protests. So I raised this kind of question. Does this label fully explain who these students were? Why did they remain inside Yonsei University? Why has South Korean society remained largely silent about this event for nearly 3 decades? So my research question is, purpose is the framing, strategy, and the mobilization structure employed by the leadership of the Han Chong-ryun, and also the experience and response of ordinary participating students. The method, I collect a lot of data, documentary source, and then the newspaper, and then oral testimony. So fortunately, after the tragic event, the Yonsei University Student Union Group and the Han Chong-ryun published a book, included their statement and then dialogue, written by the student during the protest. So I guess a lot of first material from that documents. So I want to talk about the findings. The core concepts repeatedly appearing in Han Chong-ryun's statement include national contradiction, foreign force, and the anti-reunification force. That means Korean division was the fundamental contradiction for the Han Chong-ryun. Yes. And the external force maintained this structure, and no individual demand could be resolved without addressing this structural problem. And then also in 1966 March, the death of Yonsei law student No Soo-seok during the spring protests become an emotional turning point, and the personal grief and the anger become the basis of the political participation. So student council activities translate this emotion into broader political narrative. So Han Chong-ryul framed the pan-national rally as part of the historical genealogy of the resistance. Yonsei University was symbolically constructed as a sacred site of the reunification struggle because the student of the Yonsei University, dead by the police during the protest in March. The Yonsei became a rally site. Okay, the state repression transformed the Yonsei into like a martyr, like a symbolic space. And then but as the siege blockade prolonged and the survival became uncertain, the original frame weakened. Students increasingly prioritized safe return home, the medical treatment, and the basic survival. So Han Chong-ryul and the participating students also shared at first time a similar opinion. We are the student, college student who developed our society better, or developed the unification movement, but the blockade, they are isolated for a long time, and they lose their first initiative, and then they just think of, oh, I want to go home, and they think of, I miss my home like this. So the frame of reading the struggle for the historical task of national reunification began to shift in the face of the fundamental need for survival and a safe return home. Yes, early stage, yes, they share the similar the opinion, but middle stage, so there is a quotation I want to read. We have been isolated for 3 days. Today, lunchbox could not be delivered on campus. Even the Severance Hospital convenience store near the Yonsei University has run out of the bread and then choco pie as well. So for many students, Yonsei University was no longer a symbolic site of the reunification movement, but rather an isolated island. They desperately wanted to escape from that, but could not. Okay? And also there is some difference experience among them at the campus. So for the student combat unit, there is also combat unit to fight against the combat police. There is a combat student unit. So fighting riot police outside the building, the campus become a battlefield for the direct violence. And for the ordinary participants remained inside the building. It was the space dominated by the hunger and anxiety. And for the volunteer, there are a lot of staff actually. They did not actually involve that student union, but just join the event as a volunteer, okay? Then it became a space into which they were suddenly thrown under the unexpectedly extreme conditions. So motivation framing and then general rational invocation. Han Chong-ryul's way of urging students to participate before the 1960s, pan-national rally was not merely ideological persuasion. Historical events such as April 19 Revolution, May 18 uprising, June Democratic uprising were invoked in the present moment, positioning current action within the historical genealogy. So the students of at the Yonsei University were kind of heir to the Gwangju uprising, and then yes, the position the state repression in the president as part of the historically recurring structure of the violence for the student. So, however, this role frame was not accepted uniformly by all participants. This sense of obligation that we must do this because we are university students, or coexist with the self-question such as can they, can we, or our younger comrade, my junior friend, really enjoy this situation? Yes. So through the tension and conflicts, the role frame was continuously renegotiated within the individual lives. Okay. And then there are also emotional energy and the desire to leave a trace. So what remained after the exhaustion of the sense of the making history was the desperate desire for their experience to be recorded in history. This desire led students to leave diaries throughout the building, write letters and post slogans. So these acts themselves become the final form of the resistance in the situation where collective efficacy had been exhausted. And then the second research findings about the mobilization of the organization. So 한총련 consists of the coalition of approximately 1,600 representatives, including student council president from more than 180 universities nationwide at the time. And then it organized organizational structure extended from the university student councils across the country to the central executive committee of the 한총련, and then down again to the university representative council, departmental student association, and then small group or club as well. So there is a huge organization. And the financial foundation of the organization was based on the student fee system. The 한총련's mobilization capacity depends not only on its hierarchical organizational structure, but also on horizontal relational networks such as club and the small groups. So micro mobilization. The decision of the participating student to head to Yonsei University resulted from the complex interaction between ideological conviction and then relational connection. And also recommendation from senior students and the participation decision of the peers encouraged in the individual's participation. On the emotional level, feelings of solidarity and collective excitement played an important role, actually, at that time. And then these emotional incentives also constrained the students from escaping the occupied buildings through surrender or fight. And then I found one interesting line on the newspaper as well. That's kind of conservative newspaper, and then they report the student combat unit, the post to the normal ordinary student stay at the building. So if someone tried to escape the building, the police, the student combat, a kind of army, they just yes. The police blockade was the primary external factor that produced the Yonsei University protests and siege. As soon as students entered the Yonsei University, large-scale police force moving unintentionally trapped the student inside the surrounding and the enclosed place. Okay, I want to move to the conclusion part. Yes, I have only 15 minutes. So conclusion part. So under the condition of the extreme deprivation, collective bonds were strengthened as a student endured the. Oh, sorry. I should mention this one. Yes, that one. So under the condition of the extreme deprivation, collective bonds were strengthened as a student endured intense physical suffering together. In the in the midst of the extreme hardship, this desperation did not lead to selfish competition or conflict. Rather, practice of the sharing and the sacrifice replenished emotional energy and reinforced collective identity. Okay, yes, I'm gonna move to yes, conclusion. Yes, okay, yes. The publicly evaluation was realistically difficult because Han Chong-ryun had been designated as an anti-state organization and the participants were subject to legal punishment. And second, many participants themselves remained silent about the event. And third, the state-defined interpretation of the incident as an affair involving the pro-North violent group remained highly dominant. At the same time, the two competing narratives also existed within the Han Chong-ryun itself. So one framed the protest as a victorious struggle that resists the state repression to the end, and the other viewing it as an isolated struggle caused by the misjudgment of the leadership. The last one, this study seeks to break that silence. The voice of the student revealed a complexity that cannot be reduced to any single frame. They were young people who longed for reunification and peace, yet that at the same time, they were human beings who suffered from the hunger and fear under the state violence while longing to return home. They were subjects who firmly believed in the legitimacy of their demand for reunification and peace, and that conviction was not extremely imposed, but rather formed through the deaths of the comrade, state violence, and the shared collective experience. The 1996 Yonsei University protest was not simply an ideological struggle of the mechanical result of the organizational mobilization, but rather a living social process in which meaning, relationship, and emotion interacted in complex way. Thank you.
Okay, speakers, please be seated over here. We always running short of time in a conference situation. Okay, so please understand, we cannot, at the same time, we cannot give up our break time. So we are supposed to have 20-minute break time, but it will be only 10 minutes, I'm sorry. The next session will begin at 3 o'clock. So we got around 13 to 15 minutes. We get questions and comments from the floor.
Thank you for your presentation. And I have a question for Shiene and one question for Kim Hyung-jun 교수님. For Shiene, I think your report is really interesting, and I think the young Taiwanese today will fear being canceled online, and so they think avoid the public political debate. So I think now maybe we need to revive some in-person discussion like what you present. But I'm wondering why were Japanese people so enthusiastic about discussing politics with strangers back then? Or did those discussions lead to any concrete actions or organizations? And for 교수님, based on Professor Hall's conclusion, I'm wondering, have you looked at how Han Chong-ryun shaped the participants' life trajectories 20 years later? And were there any differences between the Yonsei students and the other from other universities? Thank you.
Thank you very much. So thank you for your question. And actually, the presence of like SNS has really huge influence on the Japanese youth right now. And like every time I introduce my like research examples in my classes, the students are really get surprised because, and they also like write in the common paper that they really fear that if they join such kind of political discussion on the public space, they will be like, you know, posted on the online, and then so that kind of technology really have a kind of negative impact to like refrain the younger generation from actually join the protest in front of the people, or kind of show their presence publicly. And sorry, what was the latter part of the question?
So why were Japanese people would discuss like that back in 1960s?
Oh, yeah, so partly because they really share the vague ground for the sympathy for the student movement back then. But at the same time, the wave was really changing so fast back then as well, because so there was a Sasebo struggle. Sasebo struggle in the beginning of the 1968 really gathered the sympathy for the like nationwide. So that certain period of time is really rare compared to other like era in the Japanese society, because like mostly people are really care about the students, and the direct action by the students were really supported by the public opinion, because like everyone was sharing the kind of negative attitude toward the port call of the enterprise in Sasebo port. But at the same time, the tide really changed so fast back then as well. So like late in 1968, I mean in the like 6 months from the station discussion, there was again the violent clash between the student and police become a really like popular news in the Japanese society. And at the same time, then the students were criticized by the people for their like violent tactics. Yeah, so it really kind of depended on the historical context back then. So I really want to like think with you all about how we can think about these kinds of projects, or like the strategy to doing the protest in the forum of public discussion in this like today. Yeah.
And I'll just add, some of the frustrated students turned to more violent actions in 1970, 1971, famously the Japanese Red Army, which murdered its own people and killed other people and did terrorism things. So I think that really made the student movement unpopular in Japan. One of the major things.
So thank you for your question. And then, first of all, after the 1996 Yonsei protest, the Han Chongryun lose their power rapidly because the core activists were arrested. A lot of core activists arrested, and then also the media described their activities as such a violent group, and then pro-North Korean government group. So a lot of public, the other college students also, did not support at all. So I don't know when they were disappeared, but around 2010, Han Chongryun, yes, disappeared, I think. And then basically I want to say this about the second question. Basically there is no differences between the Yonsei University and then other university, but I want to say there is some differences between the student who support the Han Chongryun's opinion, and then otherwise they did not support the Han Chongryun. So at that time also there are a lot of students, normal students did not support that extreme the method, yes, even though they agree with the reunification movement, but the way to express their opinion violently, they did not support.
Okay. I see hands over there. Okay. Okay, in a conference situation, there is always these technical issues. Everybody knows. Sorry. Yeah, maybe you can just speak up.
Kind of questions to Kiryu-san. That you mentioned about the kind of differences between right now and back then in the 60s. I was wondering how it's about the political event that was taking place in the 60s that stimulate them to talk in the public. But at the same time, there should be a kind of more differences in the way people are interacting in everyday setting, very different from now. And so more, it's not only about political issues, but everyday lives, the habitus of people's interaction was pretty much different. And I was wondering how you would describe the Japanese interaction within Tokyo, how people are generally interacting to each other, which is different from today. And to Andrew, I have one question. And about the Hansen Seinen Inkai, I think it's looking at the Kyudai as a case of Hansen Seinen Inkai is a really good case, given that Sekisaka Itsuro was there at the Kyudai. But I was always puzzled about the Hansen Seinen Inkai, about their characteristics. And one point I think their ideological standpoint,
Okay, I'm sorry for interrupting. That question is very long. Please answer. Yes, please.
Thank you very much. And that is precisely what I'm keeping on thinking, your point. Every time I search about the materials, I was really surprised how the Japanese people or Japanese younger generation back in like 1960s are really kind of open or non-hesitant to talking to the strangers. Because as one of the Japanese young people, it's really common that they really try to avoid speaking to the strangers. And it's really, I think it's one of the shyest generation in the world. Yeah, I really think that the social norm itself has really changed, and that kind of norm itself is functioning for from like refraining the young people from joining in the political demonstration. Because sometimes I talk to the other young people, and they taught me the reason why they try to refrain from the social movement. It's because they feel the kind of innate atmosphere in the social movements sometimes, and that will keep them or that make them feel kind of alienated or isolated from them. So they're kind of, sometimes they're ideologically really empathetic to the movement, but at the same time, they're kind of too shy to like talk to the movement people. So I think that, especially in Japanese society, the ideological kind of like bondness itself sometimes work in a negative way to create the like inmate atmosphere. Yeah, and I don't have a like exact answer to your question, but that's really the point I've been thinking. Yeah, since I'm reading my dissertation. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. Oh,
So I need to do more study of the National Hansen Seinen Inkai, but it appears that a lot of them around the country were taken over by sects, like inside, secretly, you know, really the Chukakuha ran this one, or the Kaihohan ran this one. They're all different sects would take over different ones in different areas. So Kyushu University students were somewhat proud of the fact that they had not been taken over by a sect, that they remained fiercely anti-sect, or non-sect.
okay, thank you very much. So the four presenters today show how resistance materialized in the complex dynamics of East Asia and how collectively they form a very precious East Asian tradition. Thank you very much.
So actually, we prepare some gift for the participant. I mean the presenter, you know. So that's very unique Korean. I think you really like it. So you need to sign, and then get the gift. That's the like official process. So over there, you can sign. No, no. 하나 둘 셋, 하나 둘 셋. 경수 우리 셋이 시작 맞아요? 맞아요? So please everyone, we're gonna start the final session. So we'll now begin the session 4. This session will focus on the challenges and the task of the youth mobilization. So I'd like to introduce the chair of this session 4, Professor Kim Yeon-min of the Department of English Language and Literature at Jeonnam National University. So please welcome him with applause.
Yeah, good afternoon. Welcome to our final session, finally. Okay. And I'm Yeon-min, and I'm honored to serve as moderator for this last final session. And we are delighted to have 4 speakers joining us from Japan, Hong Kong, the US, and Taiwan. And each presenter will have 20 minutes, as we did in the last time. And if we have 3 minutes left, then I will show you this. The state-of-the-art timekeeper. And 1 minute, for 1 minute, I'm going to show you this. Okay. So after all 4 talks, we'll move into a roundtable discussion, and we warmly welcome questions from the audience. And we also encourage the presenters to engage with one another's work. Okay. And with that, now let us begin. Okay, our first speaker is Dr. Soo-jin Cho from Hokkaido University, and he will present Transborder Policing Against Taiwanese Social Movement in East Asia during the Japanese colonial period. Okay, Dr. Soo, the floor is yours.
Hey, thank you so much, and it's my honor to be here with you to share the idea about the social movement and the young movement, about the history and the sociology analysis here. And I would want to thank to the whole staff in Jeonnam University. We have a wonderful symposium these days, and for me, I'm a Taiwanese teach in Hokkaido University in Japan. And so my research about policing study. So now you see the photo is about how the colonial Taiwanese police think about their image. Yeah, they think that they can do anything. Yeah, so you might see in the right side they just think ahead. It means we will catch the dangerous idea of people. Yeah, so just like we catch the mouse or do something like that, poison. Yeah, so that's the image which Taiwanese police present in the Taiwanese society. And these days, everyone keeping asking me that you are a scholar of the sociology of law, but what you teach in media and communication. Yeah, so I just made a very short self-introduction. Yeah, basically I'm a scholar and activist and also a journalist. My discipline is about law, sociology, and history, and topic about policing and the social movement, and the policing and the judicial system. So my research is the area is about Japan, Taiwan, and Hong Kong. But due to the policing research about Hong Kong policing, I'm not able to get to Hong Kong anymore. Yeah, so I just take a little bit rest, and I'm looking forward a day I can back to Hong Kong. Yeah. So that's me, yeah. So please don't be surprised that I'm starting to introduce myself. I teach in the media and education because I'm also a journalist. Yeah, I teach journalism in our media department. So let's get into. I will a little bit change. I will give a more quick glance to the background and want to try to get into the policing idea faster. Yeah. So I'd like to share the background about the shift of the style of resistance of the Taiwanese anti-Japanese movement. Yeah. So actually, after the treaty in 1895. The Taiwanese who don't want to become a part of the colonial of Japan, they announced we now with independence as a Republic of Formosa. Yeah, so now we are fight. We want to have a war. We will fight back to the Japanese army as an independent country. Yeah, so the war continued 6 months, and you all know the result. As a result, the Republic of Formosa was defeated by the Japan. Yeah, so after the 1895, the armed resistance, continued about 20 years. Almost every year they have some resistance with the arm in the mountain or something like that. So, but that's a very, there's some reason why Taiwanese forgive abandon the way of the armed resistance and change the way into the social, what we call nowadays the social movement. Of course, the social movement is what we call them. They won't call themselves social movement, at that day. They don't have that kind of idea, So that's a three reasons why Taiwanese change their way. The first one is the last and the biggest resistance is the Tambanian incident in 1915, and over 800 activists who joined the Tambanian resistance was condemned to the death penalty. So it's too strict that Taiwanese thinks it's not. We have no way to against the Japanese ruling by force. And the second is, so we want to find some new idea. If we don't, we cannot fight by force. How can we fight with the Japanese army or the Japanese government? There are some idea from the Chinese Revolution and the May 4 movement, and from China. And the Korean, March 1st independence movement. So they think so we can we can learn something from China and the Korean and also about Japan. But I don't have time to explain the idea. I think unfortunately these 2 days there are already a lot of presentation talking about the idea, so I can focusing on the policing. I'm really thankful for this symposium. So now the Taiwanese know they have some idea to fight for their right without the weapon. So they are who bring the idea back to the Taiwan is the international students, the Taiwanese student who study in mainland Japan and in China. So again, I don't need to provide only more detail because we will all discuss this these 2 days. So let me get in directly to the question. So as a result, so we can go, if we go to the conclusion, the Government General of Taiwan, I will say it is GGT, in this paper. The police gathered intelligence of the overseas Taiwanese social movement and successfully erased most of them in Taiwan and a little bit in Shanghai. As a result, you will go to a conclusion. And the GGT police even published a book called The History of Taiwanese Social Movement in 1939. It means they think Taiwanese social movement is over. So it's history, and we police we have enough data to write a book. Looks like we'll have a reading in the Department of Sociology this state. But it's published by the police. It's done. Everything is done. So you will see that they have enough information and data about Taiwanese social movement, so they are able to publish these kind of things. But this book have a lot of data about the Taiwanese social movement, but who and how collect this information for Taiwanese police, especially the overseas? Because the GGT is only a colonial police, they are not able to directly to order the central police in mainland Japan. and they are not able to order the officer in overseas Japanese belong to the MOFA. Yeah, so how can us, colonial police, collect such a huge data and publish this kind of book? That's a question I want to ask in this paper. So I give a lot of more detail in my paper, but I just want to get it quick. Yeah, so who are the Taiwanese social movements group? It's Tokyo, Peking, and Shanghai, Nanking, Xiamen. Xiamen is not, for the whole movement, it's not the main hub, but Xiamen is the main hub link the China and the Taiwan. And the Taiwanese, when we speak, the language is the same, also almost the same with the Xiamen's people. Yeah, so Xiamen have about 10,000 Taiwanese live in the town. They are about, I think, 10% population of Xiamen people is from Taiwan. Yeah, so it's quite a big city to the overseas Taiwan, quite a big community for the overseas Taiwanese, and Guangdong and even Moscow. Yeah, and even Moscow. So that's three reasons that the Taiwanese activists to seek something to overseas. The first one is to try to circumvent the restriction inside the Taiwan. So this means they do the three things which they can do inside Taiwan. First is publication. Yeah, so they publish some newsletter and in Tokyo and import it into Taiwan. So in Taiwan, they cannot publish that paper, but they publish it in Tokyo and as a Japanese newspaper and import in Taiwan for Taiwanese people. And the second one, also organization. Yeah, when they try to establish some kind of social movement organization, the GGT just forbid it. And they just send the same application to the Tokyo's police. The Tokyo's police just they can get admission. So that's a Taiwanese group which registrate at Tokyo, or they just have a student group in Beijing or in Shanghai. Yeah, they are not need to apply for anything. And that is for a protest. Yeah, the protest. Especially we have a long history to protest for. We want to have a Taiwanese Congress in Taiwan. Yeah, the protest is not in Taiwan, it's in Tokyo. Yeah, every year people take the ship, go to Tokyo and protest and back to Taiwan. Yeah, so that's a very significant event. That the Taiwanese Communist Party is not established inside Taiwan. Yeah, it's established in Shanghai. Yeah, in 1928. So this is the first thing that to circumvent the restriction. And the second one is about solidarity. Yeah, it's the solidarity with the Chinese, Korean, and Japanese. Yeah, so I just raised some group here, but I think I don't have much time to give each detail to each group to this date. Yeah, so if you have interesting, we can discuss more after or just read a paper. I give more detail inside in my paper. Yeah, so I'm sorry I need to skip those group. Yeah, so and third one is just sanctuary to escape from the Taiwanese police. Someone they just get arrested inside Taiwan and go to the jail for 3 months or 6 months, and they feel not safe to stay in Taiwan. So they go to China and go to Manchuria, especially the doctor. Yeah, the doctor. Yeah, because at that time a lot of doctors in Taiwan, Taiwanese doctor, they involve the social movement. But there's problem is if you escape to foreign. Yeah, how can you how can you find a job in Shanghai but the doctor have no problem because Manchu needs a lot of doctor at that time. So the GGT also allowed those Taiwanese activists to apply to move to Manchu. It's fine. Yeah, it's fine. Or they just think, well, if you stay in Taiwan, you are a troublemaker. So let's go to otherwhere. Yeah, and I will agree that they give them passport. Yeah, they know they are activists, but they still give them passport to go to Manchu or go to China at that time. Yeah, so this is the three main reason why the Taiwanese actors go to overseas. Yeah, and this is the two very famous public, which in Shanghai, in Tokyo, and Asia Review, Asia Golong. This is published by the Korean. Yeah, and Taiwanese also send article there. And Pingping is so communist group. Yeah, it's combine the Chinese, Korean, and also Taiwanese. Yeah. So I'm sorry that I don't have time to introduce more because the point in this paper is police. I study both, but so it's hard to strike a balance. Yeah. So the GGT network to policing the overseas social movement, they have three main ways to policing the overseas Taiwanese social movement. The first is about a passport. Yeah, so this time we think it's very normal to have a passport, but in 1895, usually people don't need passport. To just take a ship and go to overseas, you don't need passport. So the first things the GGT done is they have rules concerning a foreign passport, only in Taiwan. So if you want to go from Tokyo to Shanghai, you don't need passport. But you want to go to Shanghai from Taiwan, you need a passport. Yeah, that's the reason why the reason is they want to check who want to go to where and who are there. So the first things you need to apply a passport to the Taiwanese police. Yeah, and the police, you need to submit your photo and the family register, and the police will start to investigate. So according to data, it's not complicated. About only, I think, 18% people can really get their passport. Yeah. So first time, do you relate to any movement about anti-Japan movement, or did you say or write anything? So that's a problem the first time. So after you get the passport, yeah, you need to first give your passport to the ship company. Yeah, there's no airplane in that time, so ship company. So the ship company need to gather in the passport information and report to the government, also the Taiwanese government, and the Japanese consulate in Xiamen or in Shanghai. Yeah, so they gave a list. These Taiwanese want to go to your town. Yeah, and even it's illegal even that time. If the consulate in Shanghai or in China thinks it's necessary, they can retain your passport. They can retain your passport, so you cannot move freely. Yeah, you can follow everything they ask you. Yeah, it is actually illegal. Even inside the Japanese government. The mainland Japanese government says excellent to stop that, but they ignore the order. Yeah, because it's so convenient if you retain someone's passport. They need to hear you everything. Yeah. So the second one is about the agency. Yeah. So as a colonial government, they cannot directly order. Yeah, but they can cooperate with the consulate in China, because there are a lot of Taiwanese living here, so Taiwanese have living trouble. Sometimes they will ask the GGT to send some Taiwanese police to support them. So they say, okay, I will support you, but you need to share information to us. Yeah, so sometimes they will have a meeting they will invite officer from MOFA about the southern China, come to Taiwan, have a meeting and share the information. Yeah. And the second one is about the mainland police. Usually the political police will call in Japanese a Toko cases. The Toko, of course, they are Japanese officer, so you can pay them, but you can give them bonus. Yeah, so they give a lot of bonus to them, especially the police in Tokyo, and ask them to give the information about the overseas Taiwanese movement in Tokyo. Yeah. So this one is I have no time. Just this one is the chief of the political police department of the Taiwanese GGT police. He has a trip to the southern China, and so that's writing that the things is about when he go to the hub. So the officer who from the Taiwan GGT are there to stand by to welcome his chief. Yeah, so you can see in these things he has a network, especially in the southern China. Yeah, so the last thing is our citizens. Yeah, citizens. So the GGT just recruit journalists, students, and businessmen as informant in Tokyo, Yokohama, and Shanghai with quite a high wage. Yeah, we don't know, we have only a little a part of a list. I'm not sure. We are not we are not sure. We don't have the whole list or not. Yeah, because it's all secret. Yeah, at that time. Yeah. So also interesting thing is they also recruit a former Tokyo police from Korea. Yeah, who achieved a significant success at collecting the information from Korean social movement organization in Osaka and Hyogo. So we guess they try to sense the information which how the Korea and the Taiwanese work together in mainland Japan. So that's the Korean former police CV. And here you can see he got a lot of bonus because he got information from the Korean social movement. Yeah, and this one is why if they want to hire an informant, they'll say, well, this is a top secret, so everything is only oral, no paper. Yeah, it's no paper. It's secret. So please don't write down anything about this in any record. Yeah, only this thing. We need to pay them. So the only thing we have is so we pay someone, but. After that, we don't leave any record inside the government. Everything is oral. Yeah, so that's a difficult that we have for the research. So here we come to conclusion. Yeah, it's the meaning of the overseas Taiwanese social movement is for the circumvention, the solidarity, and the sanctuary, and how the GGT built the transporter policing system is by the passport. And recruit external agency from another institution, and also the citizens. Yeah, so that's my report. Thank you very much.
All right. Yeah. Thank you very much, Dr. Su, for the excellent presentation. And you offered a very compelling account of international solidarity from two contrasting sides. On the one hand, Taiwanese activists who sought national independence through alliance with other Asian left-wing intellectuals. And on the other hand, the Japanese colonial authorities extended transnational networks of surveillance and control. So one, solidarity toward liberation and independence, and the other solidarity toward domination and subjugation. So thank you again for such a thought-provoking presentation. And our next speaker is Kenneth Lo Shi Heng. Oh, yes. From Chinese University of Hong Kong, and Kenneth will present the 3 vanished student leaders of 1926. And we look forward to learning more about this historic moment in Hong Kong's history. Welcome, Kenneth.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for the organizer. It's my honor to be sharing here all the good food, good room, and the souvenirs. It makes me think I don't want to leave Guangzhou. But I will check out, don't worry. Today I'm going to share with you, continue with all these discussions that we have in these 2 days on 3 actually neglected young students, student leader in China. So I will dig into those archival materials, and look into 3 unnamed student leaders during the high waves of Chinese nationalism in the 1920s. So I'm Kenneth from Hong Kong. Of course, one of the main reasons why I write about student movement is that we have experienced expulsion of young student leaders even in Hong Kong from the university because of different kind of participation. Some of them are political, some of them are just not really that political, but they are expelled from their degree programs. So by writing something that happened 100 years ago, I hope that it can still inspire how we act today. Yeah, cool. This is the basic background. I believe some of our scholars have mentioned the May 4th movement. I guess many of us know quite well. The background of this incident in 1926 happened especially during the anti-Christian movement. The anti-Christian movement, in short, basically view Christianity, especially Protestantism, as a form of cultural imperialism. This is quite logical, kind of logical, because these missionaries came from far away. They mostly came from the Western world, come to Britain, come from America. So some of the Chinese feel that, wow, even Christianity has a very good motives. The missionaries are good. They believe that they are so tied together with the unequal treaty signed between China and these Western powers. So basically, they view Christianity something bad, and that Christianity and Christian missionaries has to get out of China. My study is mostly on Ningnan University, which is a Christian college, which was at least a Christian college in the area of Canton, South China. One of the main aims for the anti-Christian movement and some of these leaders, including the 3 leaders that I will mention, actually wanted all the missionaries to get out of the college, stop the administration, and just get out of the college. Perhaps they kind of want the college to put an end, so don't do more education, Christian education in China, because they think they're indoctrinating those imperialism in China. So Ningnan University was actually founded. It's true that it was founded by an American Presbyterian missionary called Reverend Andrew Harper in China in 1880s. In South China, with the aim, of course, to spread the gospel, Christianize China, and then to train Chinese leaders with a Christian spirit, and of course, with the knowledge of Western science, Western mathematics, and agriculture, and all these kind of knowledges. In 1927, it was the administration was passed to the Chinese somehow. So we will look into 1 or 2 years before this particular period. So in 1952, the Ningnan University kind of ended under the communist rule because they believed that these Christian colleges should be reorganized. What it means by reorganized actually means that the disappearance of Ningnan University. It was merged into Sun Yat-sen National University. So in other words, Ningnan University just gone at that particular period. The legacy continued at Chung Chi College, somewhere in Chinese University of Hong Kong, and later Ningnan College, somewhere in Wan Chai, a place under the British colonial rule of Hong Kong. So this is the beautiful site of former Ningnan, somewhere in South China. And at the same time, it is the kind of so-called riots and high waves of nationalism happen in these places. These are the places, these are the library, this is a place for the YMCA. Again, this is the headquarters for the Ningnan YMCA right here, and of course the chapel inside, and also different buildings that still existed until today. So, according to the first official account of Ningnan University, these 3 students were accused of starting a riot in the school. And they were expelled immediately after they have so-called started a riot in a meeting with all the student leaders. What sparked my curiosity is that when I read the first official account of Ningnan University, I found that there are no names for these 3 students. We do not know what they have done. The official account, which was funded by the American Trustee of Lingland, so the management body, the board of directors of Lingland before 1927, and the main major funder of Lingland University. And I read that book, you don't see what happened to them. We will see how how Charles Corbett, the historian who wrote this book, funded by the American trustees, depicted the situation. The students, the 3 students, who were trying to wreck the college were known to the administration, but were confident that the political connection would protect them from summary action. Yet early in April, that is 1926, they overreached themselves at a student mass meeting in Canton. They repudiated the Lingland delegation, spoke insultingly of the college, and more importantly, started a riot. When I think of a riot, it must be something violence. They must have hit somebody. They have done some injury to the teachers or to other students. So I go and see what happened to these 3 students. Did they actually start a riot? And what have they done? What are the names? Because they don't have a names, I mean here, at least in the first account of the Lingland history, I find it very difficult to find the 3 names because we don't have the name. Where can I go and search? I go and search for the dates then. The other Lingland University were highly indignant, and when they got back to the campus and called together the student body, which by a vote of 480 to 23 asked, so the student union successfully got a vote and asked the administration of the school to expel 3 students who had been leaders in the commotion, and the act was successful. Okay. Interestingly, when I look at the other group of alumni who proposed the very same thing with the 3 students, the 3 students want the missionaries to get out of the college. These 9 alumni want the same proposal, want the same thing happened in Lingland University. And look at how the official account described these 9 young gentlemen. They described them as 9 outstanding persons, and their names were mentioned. Li Yinglam afterwards became the president of Lingland, and also Lam Yat Man, and so on and so on. These nine important names were mentioned because what they have done is not starting a so-called riot. They wrote letters in a polite and English way, because the letter was in English. I have read the letter. The letter sent by this committee and couched in very friendly terms stated that the alumni were taking the unusual course of addressing the trustee directly, blah, 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 blah. Basically, they're asking the same proposal, asking the Western missionaries, come on, it's time, you don't have a choice, please give us the administration of Lingland University after 1927. So basically, that was the situation. So this sparked my great curiosity. Why they have so different depiction in history? Why their names were mentioned? And what happened to the riots, the free students? So my question will ask, what exactly was that riot? What are the responses by the government, university, and general public? And what were the controversies in the riot? And I will argue that it would be quite an unfair judgment to these three students. What was the aftermath of the incident, especially the aftermath of these three students, unnamed students? I was in the methodology. I was inspired by the subaltern studies and history from below, proposed by some of these post-colonial theorists on history from the Eastern world. That the subaltern, the lowest, the most margin strata of society, cannot speak for themselves. Instead, they were translated and represented by the intellectual or by the elites. In this case, it is interestingly only the nine young gentlemen were mentioned. So here you can see, because this historian was funded by the Trust of Lingland, so the official account of Lingland kind of not trying to mention these three students, and in fact in a actually quite negative and distorted way. So my job is to look into the issue. So luckily, the newspaper are still there. Luckily, the 10 letters between the school and the government was still there on the web. It's in Chinese though. There's some other Chinese scholars, 2 Chinese scholars have written about another history of Lingnan. They have depicted a different story. So I go into those archival materials, those newspaper, those correspondence, official correspondence, and some statements by the government, by the authority, and this history book to see what happened. So that's exactly what happened. According to some of these newspapers, these 3 names were Lan Xiten, Li Zhen, and Wu Jianming. They challenged the eligibility of Lingnan's non-KMT representatives. So they have conflicts, they challenge their eligibility in the meeting, who are the representative from the student union. According to the newspaper, the meeting actually true that descended into chaos. So there are conflicts, these 3 students want to stop that particular meeting. But did they injure anyone? Did they do any violence? We do not know. The police intervened, but actually no one get into trouble. Some students were taken to the police station. Yeah, that's basically what we have seen from the newspaper. Yes, it's true that there are conflicts. They want to stop the meeting. But are they doing something called riot? We don't know. And we don't have that proof, I would say. And there's no such kind of proof even in the official correspondence between the government and the school. There's no such kind of evidence ever in any of these accounts. And then the Lingnan University Student Union held a general meeting because they were the official delegates and the meeting was stopped. So they go and ask other students for help. And interestingly, they have the support from other students. 484 votes in favor and 23 against. So these 3 students were expelled. Not expelled by the student union. They go and talk with the principal, to talk with the authority of the school, and 3 students were expelled quite immediately. Immediate expulsion. The administration actually said they have violated rule number 1 in the student handbook. Let's look at the rule number 1 of the student handbook. General regulations. Students of Canton Christian, that is Lingnan University, they have changed the name a bit later on, are expected to conduct themselves with courtesy and propriety at all times in all places. This is the only proof, the only justification they have by the school authority to kick out these 3 students. This is the only. Even they wrote it in the letter, though they refer to this one. This is a very general regulations. So what is courtesy, what is propriety, what is at all times and in all places. And more importantly, all the interpretation, any doubt as to the regulation or the interpretation should be taken up with the Dean of Men and Dean of Women. So basically the interpretation lies within the college. So they use this particular rule, regulation. Actually, this is the only regulation in this catalog. So this is the general understanding of the regulation, and then these 3 students were expelled. Interestingly, the government is very concerned about these 3 students because these 3 students are the party members of the nationalist government, or the KMT, Kuomintang. So the government actually wrote 3 times to urge the school to retract its decision and conduct a fair investigation as a foreign-run institution. They ask, you are a foreign-run institution, you're from the Western world, I believe you should kind of do a fair investigation, do a legal investigation or something. The Lingnan response is quite interesting. They actually repeated its stance, argued that they expelled the students because the students attacked the school afterwards, even after the event, and they have the votes from other students. And they actually also violated the rules, so they claimed that the decision was correct. They said the very next day after the event, the Lingnan authority has done a kind of investigation the very next day. But however, the investigation does not include the 3 students, does not include the witnesses and stuff. They just decided the very next day of the event. So there is a minimum compromise. After the government protests, the school only considered to allow the 3 students return to the campus because just like when we go and check out, we need 1 day or 2 days to pack your stuff. So they allowed 2 more days before the expulsion. This is very interesting. Even Chiang Kai-shek, interesting, the supreme military leader at that time of KMT, intervened. They have letters between themselves with the school authority asking to well, it's time to reconsider the decision. The university remained unmoved. This triggered big controversies and unanswered questions. After all these archival materials, I found actually there's no clear evidence of what kind of riot they have started, or is it really a violent act? Are there illegal activities? Are there violent riots? Are there somebody get injured? No clear evidence at all. And the rushed investigation that happened, the school claimed that they have repeatedly verified the facts the very next day, the very next morning, to be precise. But there is no independent inquiry, no student testimony at all, and no chance for these 3 students to defend. And thirdly, as seen, the rules are actually quite unclear. What is courtesy, propriety, and so on. And there's no, in that school rules, there's no penalties mentioned for that kind of violation. All interpretive power rests with the top management. So one of the main reasons you may ask why the Ningland University, this kind of Western Christian college, had a kind of strong stance. One of the main reasons is that they are registered not in China. They were registered in New York, as you can see from this charter of Christian college in China. They are registered and follow the ordinance of the University of the State of New York. So at that time, they don't have to report to the nationalist government. So they come and say, well, we do not want to listen to you. Unfortunately, kind of unfortunately, after that, in 1927, the nationalist government has decided, after all these events, not just this event, I believe there are, as far as I know, there are quite a number of events similar, kind of asking the anti-Christian movement, basically everyone is asking the missionary to switch the administration. So after all these events, the nationalist government issued decrees requiring foreign schools to register in China. They need Chinese principles, forbidding foreign board majorities, and prohibiting compulsory Bible courses, or religious courses. So basically, after 1927, after all these events, they have to pass the administration to the Chinese. That's the aftermath. Also, I have go and try to dug into these 3 students, but in vain, basically in vain, especially not for Li Zhen or Li Shaoxi. He has changed his name. He joined the Chinese Communist Party, engaged in underground revolutionary work in Hong Kong as a reporter and editor in Xinhua Daily, interestingly, and acted as a secretary of an army belonged to the Chongqing office. He was killed accidentally in 1945 by the nationalist soldiers. He was celebrated by the Communist Party, as far as I know. For the rest of them, Li Xingtan and Wu Jinming, the materials are extremely rare. We do not know where they go. We do not know what happened after they lost their degree, they leave the Christian college. Do they become Christian or something, become Communist Party? We do not know. This is the sad truth of some of these unnamed students. There are some key takeaways that I find it interesting. That is, first of all, I believe everyone here will have some kind of echo that sometimes at least, the official narratives should be carefully examined, critically examined. Sometimes they use, as we have seen, they omit their names, they simplify the actions, saying that, oh, they start a riot, and valuing some kind of alternative action by some of these elites or some of the later presidents. I would say, as a Christian, actually, I would say the missionary might have good intentions behind. They manage the school, they want to spread the gospel, but at the end, there may be these kind of conflicts that there may be this kind of acts that forgot some of these names. Deliberate omission, bias, history, silence, name. It's important to start the history from below and look for these forgotten names. And thirdly, I hope this very short paper that we can still inspire us what is student activism and what is higher education today. Because they are doing higher education, there must be students in the college, and there must be conflicts between the college, sometimes with the authority, our teachers and tutors. How should the higher education in it has deal with student activism? I hope that can inspire that. I will use Chinese University of Hong Kong's press. One of their favorite quotes is everywhere in those bags and in outside the bookstore, which says the act of writing history is an historic act itself. It probably means that we don't write history from vacuum. We are influenced by our context, and it's actually sometimes a political act to write history. It's important for us to be critical to how we write history and how we read the history. So that's basically my presentation on the free unnamed student in 1926. I hope you like it. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for your wonderful presentation, Kenneth. And Kenneth demonstrated how anti-Christian sentiment and anti-imperialist nationalism and the politics of missionary education intersect during a period of intense ideological conflicts. And particularly impressive was the ways in which he recovered the subaltern voices, long marginalized or suppressed in official historical narratives. And thank you for illuminating this important and overlooked history. Thank you. Now let us move on to our third speaker, Dr. Yan Ho Lei from Georgetown University Law Center, and who will present University Student Activism in Post-Colonial Hong Kong. Welcome, Yan Ho. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much for the kind introduction. It's a profound honor for me to be here to participate in this conference, and thanks so much for the organizers' effort to make it happen. It's quite mixed for me to present in Chung Nan University, which has a rich history and legacy of student activism. And when I took the campus shuttle yesterday with our dear colleagues and presenters yesterday, it actually resembled my students' life back in the Chinese University of Hong Kong when I was a student activist at that time, and when I also engaged in various campus campaigns. And of course, in 2019, when the police invaded the campuses, many of us were there to defend and to resist. This presentation is part of a project that I'm working on. I'm working on law and society scholarship. I mainly study on the role of law in enabling social movement and disabling or oppressing social movement. And I have been studying the case of Hong Kong and broadly China in the past 2 years. So this presentation is partly of my academic research, but also partly of my personal commitment as a former student activist in Hong Kong. This is the Hong Kong Federation of Students in 2026, which is this year. They formally announced disbandment under political pressure from Hong Kong government on broadly Beijing because of the national security law. And it has established for more than 68 years, and now they have to be disbanded. And one of the key highlights for their leading role in Hong Kong social movement was in the umbrella movement in 2014, when student activists, two of them have been in exile right now, one in the UK, one in the US, and one of them have been imprisoned for more than 5 years because of the charges under the national security law. And one of them are now becoming a human rights lawyer in Hong Kong, but she has to be super low-key in order to continue her profession and to prevent any further harassment from the government. We have jumped from 1926 to 2026, but nowadays, before the disbandment of the Hong Kong Federation of Students, actually the Hong Kong government has already mobilized pro-Beijing alumni of this federation to take over of this student union. If you look at what you say is the Hong Kong Federation of Students, and they are using the red color for the characters instead of green, and making people associate with the Red Party in the mainland. And apart from the badge of the HKFS, on the other side, which is the office of the Federation of Students, they put two slogans here. The first line here says, to keep one country, two system, to restabilize Hong Kong. And on the lower line here, it says, to love the country, to love Hong Kong, and to realize the China dream, which is the famous slogan of Xi Jinping since he came into power. So this is a propaganda to rebrand the student leaderships, the university student leadership in Hong Kong before its formal disbandment. We can of course discuss why, despite all this effort of capture, this organization would still need to dissolve rather than being a part of the United Front under the Chinese Communist rule. But I guess now the reality is they have been disbanded, and alongside this student movement, student unions, other university student unions in Hong Kong, combined with other college student unions, they have also been disbanded. So when I proposed the title, Post-Colonial Hong Kong, actually I was referring to Post-British Colonial Hong Kong, because now this also, from my own findings, as well as some recent emerging scholarships, we are also arguing after Hong Kong's handover to from the United Kingdom to China, actually Hong Kong has not underwent any genuine decolonization. Actually, it's more of recolonizing or consolidating the colonial legacies from the British regime with introducing new colonial practices that China has been employing in other peripheral regions, including in Tibet since the 1950s and in the Uyghurs region in Xinjiang. And therefore, this paper tried to argue the reasons why the university student activism evolved and being disabled and eventually oppressed. There are immediate reasons, immediate causes because of the imposition of the national security regime in 2020. But more fundamentally, it is the university's infrastructure that has, I would argue, is an incomplete decolonization, or actually is a consolidation of colonial power in university campuses and university management. One of the key highlights, or one of the key features of this colonial university management is the fact that the chief executive of Hong Kong, which is a mayor or like a colonial governor in the past, he is by default a chancellor of all publicly funded universities in Hong Kong, under so-called, according to the law, under the university's ordinance in Hong Kong. And because of his by default positioning as a statutory chancellor of all public universities, he also has power to appoint certain members to join university councils to indirectly intervene or to manage university affairs, including personnel, including funding allocations, as well as other forms of interventions in curriculum, in management, in all ways of life. And in this sense, university student activism is always in a mixed situation. On the one hand, they are striving for full autonomy, to institutional autonomy and campus autonomy to realize so-called university governance between teachers and students. But on the other hand, they have been constrained by these infrastructures that whether they could enjoy a general autonomy to exercise their freedoms or basic rights in campus or beyond depend on the tolerance of the management bodies. One of the caveats for university student activism in post-British colonial Hong Kong is that, let me return to the previous slides. Let's see how to do that. Apologies. Is there a way for me to reverse the slides? And the previous one. Thank you. One of the caveats of post-British colonial Hong Kong university student activism is that in the past, or even during the colonial era, the British colonial era, most of the student activisms were popularized or driven by mobilization of student unions themselves. But since 1997 or since 2003, actually, there are more individual university students. They are willing to form voluntary groups to engage in mobilizations and even challenge the legitimacy or the authority of student unions, which creates a new dynamics of student union activism in Hong Kong. And on the other hand, student activism has also stretched since 2012 when high school students were even self-mobilized to engage in campaigns against government policies. One of the key examples is in 2012 when high school students formed a group called Scholarism to resist the government proposal to introduce a patriotic national education in all public schools. And there was a time when some outstanding activists like Joshua Wong, he came into the limelight and became a key student leader at the time. So in the case of Hong Kong, that's all the reason why I'm focusing on university student activism. Otherwise, it would, usually when we study student activism, actually high schools mobilization have become more significant, especially in the 2019 protest. And in my paper, I try to articulate 3 factors that have shaped and reshaped the trajectory of student activism in Hong Kong since 1997, since Hong Kong's handover to China. One is ideological orientations. The second factor is mobilizational structures. And the third factor is state reprisals. And to analyze how each factor became effective in the evolvement of student activism, I delineated the post-colonial university student activism in 4 phases. Phase 1 refers to the early handover period or the early post-colonial period when student activists, university student unions were the key actors in social mobilization on social justice issue. For example, the rights of family reunions in Hong Kong, as well as engaging in resisting the government attempt to legislate national security laws at the first time. After 2003, when 500,000 citizens mobilized to the streets to protest against national security law, actually it's not just student unions or university students, but the whole society has underwent a broad public awakening. And not just ordinary civil groups, but many individual actors and voluntary groups have emerged in civil society. And since then, university student unions have also repositioned themselves from leading protests to resource mobilizers. They are mainly serving as providing resources to civil society for their own campaigns or building solidarity with various forms of social justice initiatives, including workers' rights, including LGBT's rights, as well as land justice against evictions or neoliberal developmentalism in Hong Kong. And at that time, there was also the phrase when I was a student activist in university, our role is mainly to support all these various forms of movement. And even when university students have been highly engaged in a local campaign, say in movement against the government plans to redevelop the new territories in Hong Kong, actually student unions did not take any leading role. It was the university students themselves or their peers themselves who mobilized to engage in this movement. And at that time, student unions in universities are more acted as a rear guard rather than at the front line. Things changed since 2012. These are the examples of what are the key areas or key issues university student unions are focusing on, including the Hong Kong Federation of Students, which is the coalition of university student unions in Hong Kong. Their main concern in phase 1 and phase 2 are mainly on police brutality or police abuse of power, because there was the law enforcement as the frontline antagonists when they engage in mobilizations. And apart from highlighting the police misconduct or police abuse of power, they are also asking for legal reform to amend the public order laws in Hong Kong to make it more aligned with basic human rights protections. And on the other hand, they are also engaging in more ideological progressive initiatives and trying to align progressive ideologies with contemporary social movement campaigns. For example, in 2012, after the government decided to withdraw the national education after repeated pressures and mobilization in public, in September 2012, university student unions gathered, assembled, and mobilized their members to join a class boycott in the Chinese University of Hong Kong. And they have made 2 slogans here. The slogans on the left says, university student or tertiary educations students class boycott. And on the other hand, on the other side, they are saying resisting colonialism, anti-national education. This is the first time when the general public are trying to resist or oppose the national education from a liberal principle, say they do not want their children to be brainwashed, they do not want their children to lose their awareness of fundamental rights and free speech and whatsoever. University students even try to ally this with anti-colonial ideologies. And these ideologies did not evolve further to a more leftist or nationalistic colonial ideologies. So eventually, it became a pathway for university student unions to develop self-determination ideologies in Hong Kong. And this is another event just before the 2014 umbrella movement, when university student unions were also assembled to mobilize everyone, not just students, not just their constituents, to join a class boycott ahead of the 79 days umbrella movement. And in 2014, that was in my paper, I identified as phrase 3. Apologies, in the book, I probably missed some paragraphs on that session. But in phrase 3, it was actually covering the umbrella movement in 2014 and in the anti-extradition movement in 2019, when student unions returned to take a leading role in public to mobilize for the Occupy and eventually the umbrella movement. And part of the reasons for student unions, as well as the high schools students, the group called Scholarism, to become a limelight was because the general public has a strong grievance to the conventional political opposition. And they will see student unions, student leaders will become a more kind of politically, they have less partisan interests, and they are more genuinely striving for universal suffrage, striving for democratizations, rather than other political parties. But this is also the time when student unions face challenges, and one of the key challenges is the leadership problem. And for student union leaders engaging in the umbrella movement in 2014, the movement was ended by the government use of a local civil court to issue an interlocutory injunction as a foundation, as a justification for the police to clean out the site. And after that, there was a rising voices within university campuses by the constituents of student unions. They were questioning the performance or the campaign, the directions of the university student unions, especially the Hong Kong Federation of Student Unions, HKFS, on their leadership in the umbrella movement. And in early 2015, the University of Hong Kong, some students started to initiate a student-driven referendum. They want to call for a campus referendum to ask their constituents, their peers, to cast a vote supporting withdrawal from the HKFS. It's the first time that the members of student unions are trying to make a referendum against being part of a student movement coalitions. And it was passed, unfortunately, and after that, there was a domino effect in other universities. And in the end, there were at least 4 university student unions decide to withdraw from this coalition, and this coalition has become less functioned than before because of the lack of solidarity and the lack of perceived legitimacy among their constituents, which are student members. That said, because of its previous role as a resource mobilizers, HKFS, alongside other student unions, continue to play a rearguard role in supporting the broader social movement in Hong Kong. For example, before the 2019 protests, in university campuses, there has raised emerging ideology for self-determination or Hong Kong independence, especially for the emergence of the localism in Hong Kong. What they are demanding is not just about a full democracy being installed in Hong Kong, but this ideology emphasizes that without self-determination, without independent sovereignty, the Hong Kong community could never enjoy a full democracy under the shadow of China. So in this sense, this idea of Hong Kong independence has emerged and has become widespread in university campuses, and student unions were also playing a role to mobilize its opinions by engaging in so-called democracy war in campuses, as well as raising banners to say Hong Kong independence, I have the rights to I have the right to withdraw from the HKFS, fight for our homeland, fight for Hong Kong independence, to put all these banners in campuses. And that was the first time when the reprisal against this action were not driven by the police or the Hong Kong government themselves. But at that time, university management has repeatedly warned the students to remove those banners, even though they are perceived as the guardians of campus free speech and autonomy. The management themselves, the university vice chancellors themselves are asking students or even pleading students to remove those banners because of criminal risk concern or legal risk concerns. And eventually the students removed those expressions in campuses, but it's still a kind of a grievance against both the government and the university management. And in the 2019 umbrella movement protests, student unions, including the HKFS, they continue to play a rearguard role by mobilizing financial resources to provide legal support for the arrested protesters and to try to do crowdfunding to support the whole movement operations. Finally, in phase 4, there was the time when China imposed a national security law in Hong Kong. This law was perceived as a kind of a political tool to crush all the political opposition in the city, including student unions, dissent journalists, dissent scholars, as well as other political figures. And we have already, there are already more than 300 political activists being arrested, including student union actors. And student union were also disbanded because of the tough pressure, not just from the use of the national security law by the government, but university management commands to be part of the policing apparatus, that they are warning or harassing student unions in the first place to withdraw their association with the universities, which sounds awkward because university student unions are part of the university in a way, but the management asked them to form their own association to be registered in the police, rather than being registered in the university campuses. In a way, it's for the university to get immune from liability. But at the same time, they are also trying to harass student union. If you are not registered under the police, you are going to disband. You are going to dissolve. So it's a way to try to tame or to harass them, eventually to erase all this, movement legacies and recruitment and sustainability of student activism in campuses. So this picture was taken in 2021 when the Chinese University Student Union announced in public that they have to dissolve because they are not able to continue operating under this high political pressure. And some of these students were eventually punished or even expelled by the university management because of various kinds of allegations. And apart from that, individual student activists were also harassed when they harassed by the university management rather than the police themselves. This young man, he was a university student in the Chinese U. He tried to circulate a leaflet and for petition for investigating the tragic fire in Hong Kong last year. And he got arrested by the police, and he is now on police bail, which means he is not formally charged or prosecuted. But after he got the police bail, the university management decided to expel him without giving him a chance to explain or to defend himself. Now he is pending for any appeal, but now he is a young man without any university providing enrollment for him. So the current situation, to conclude in 1 minute, which I also provide in my short paper in the booklet, is one of the key lessons is how do we continue university student activism in public in such autocratic setting or such a unfinished decolonized settings in Hong Kong. I guess in the case of Hong Kong, which is slightly different from the contemporary developments in other East Asian jurisdictions, is that Hong Kong remains highly autocratized because of the inherited infrastructure from British colonialism. But the second lesson is also referred to the fact that in terms of the trajectory of student activism, it's not always a kind of a dichotomy between student activists and the political authorities. There were also nuances that student unions themselves were also challenged or contested within their own constituents, and which also make student union activism being contested, that they may not be seen as key mobilizers, or even the lack of consultation, the lack of democratic mandate from the constituents in engaging in various public campaigns has also drawn backfire and eventually weakened solidarity. And because of the time constraint, I will probably stop here, but I'll be happy to share more and answer your questions during Q&A. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kenneth, for your powerful and inspiring presentation. And you traced the historical development of student activism in Hong Kong from the post-colonial and to the present. Okay. And in particular, your talk emphasized activist aspiration for more democratic social order, highlighting the pivotal roles of the student union, and both of the student union and more decentralized and individualized forms of activism. Okay, and thank you again. And our final presenters are Dr. Ming-Sho Ho and Jianeng Chang from National Taiwan University, and they'll present Taiwan student activism in the decade after the Sunflower Movement. Okay. Let us welcome our last speakers.
Thank you, Professor Kim. And we want to begin by expressing our gratitude for the organizer of this great event. So it's been 2 wonderful days workshop that is so fruitful. Really learned a lot. And also I want to extend my gratitude to everyone in the audience. I know that is the final presentation in the final section. So we are the only one that stand between you and your dinner. So we promise to be brief. I'm Ming-Sho Ho. I'm from Department of Sociology from National Taiwan University. And my collaborator, Zhang Jiaen. Yeah. She is our undergraduate student in her 4th year, so she will be finishing her undergraduate study next month. So she's also among the student leaders. So it's really truly my pleasure to have collaborated with her on this project. So before we begin, I want to notice that I think our presentation is kind of different from presentation we heard these 2 days. First of all, that I think it's typical that for a symposium focusing on student movement to focusing on the relatively brief periods of intense mobilization. And we all know that it is only people on the street, student occupy the campus, that will paying attention to the student agency. But what about the longer period in which students' movement seem to be quiet? How do we make sense of the agency? Can we say that this is a period where there's no student movement? That's actually the guiding question for us, because we were looking at the decade after the 2014 student movement in Taiwan, which seems relatively quiet and peaceful, and even including now. So we are really interested in focusing on these non-salient or unobtrusive forms of student activism. And secondly, I also noticed that a lot of wonderful presentation in this symposium, but Eric Lai, our predecessor, and ours is only 2 presentations that focusing on what happening in this century. So we are already past 1/4 of that, but most of our focus still like being guided by the a pro-democracy struggle in the 80s in Korea and Taiwan, as well as Japanese 60s. So our pretty much standard imagination of student agency is really derived from what happened last century. So I think that's where we try to begin. So our topic, our title is Fragmented and Fatigue, Taiwan Student Activism in the Decade of after Sunflower Movement. So let me begin with a little bit background about Taiwan student movement. Taiwan student movement since the 80s has been a consistently pro-democracy forces. I know that we are speaking here in Guangzhou, and so this is really the sort of makeup for Asian student movement. So a lot of similarities between Taiwan and South Korea, all student agencies have been, students have been an important key player in the pro-democracy struggles. So we have like 1990 Violeta movement, kind of inspired by what happened in Tiananmen 1 year ago. And then it evolved 1 week occupation of a public square. And the result, it ended peacefully. So the result was to expedite the transition to democracy. And then fast forward to 2014, and we have an occupation of a national legislature for over 3 weeks. The issue is about a free trade agreement with China, so it also ended peacefully. And the result is that to prevent Taiwan from absorption into a China-centered economic order. And so this has happened in the past. So our question is really the absence of seemingly absence of student agency in more recent years. So in 2014, we have a so-called Bluebird action, which actually involved, because since January 2024, we have a divided government with a Democratic Progressive Party, DPP, state control the presidency and the executive, but the opposition control the executive. So it's out of this divided government, and it happens that the conservative opposition have been pushed forward a lot of controversial, disputed amendment and revisions, so that we have a citizen-initiated protest called Bluebird Action, try to really fight against this democratic backslide. And last year, we have a so-called Great Recall campaign. Again, this is a continuation of what happened in 2024. So basically, these protesters were making use of a direct democracy mechanism, try to unseat more than 30 KMT and Chinese nationalist lawmakers, and we all know 2 votes happened last summer, and it met the threshold, but without being successfully unseated these lawmakers. And among these renewed political protests in Taiwan, I think one thing is missing is the students. So we do have like on-site survey in 2014 and 2024 is done by our research team. So back in Sunflower movement, we have like almost 3/4 of the participants are under 30s, and students make up more than 56% of the people who occupy the square. Whereas in 2024, according to our on-site survey, people under 30 only make up 32%. It's actually less than 1/3, and students actually less than 1/5, so only 80.5%. So really begins our puzzle and question. So where are the students? More recently, I think we can see that there's a downturn of student activities, and a lot of factors can help to explain that. We have like Democratic Progressive Party in the power since 2016 is Taiwan Center and center left, if I can use that term. And also we have a lot of movement inspired insurgent political party like New Power Party, which was actually direct successor of Sunflower movement. In 2016, it was the 3rd largest party in the legislature, and it managed to stay there in 2020, but in 2024, it was voted out. And also, we have a lot of ex-Sunflower activists now in the government, spread across the different branches of the office, in the presidential office, in the cabinet, in local government, and some were actually elected into lawmakers. So that really showcased the absorption capacity of Taiwan's political system. So 10 years ago, they occupied the legislature, and later on, they were elected into the legislature. And also, we have a lot of spin-off movement that is still going on. But with that understanding, our question is really focusing on the current student cohort. So what happened for this younger cohort? So the Sunflower activists is more generally like, they were born in the late 80s, early 90s. Probably you can call them millennials, except that we don't use that term in Taiwan. But our focus is on the Gen Z, people who were born in this century. So what happened to them? So we will find that in some noticeable change in the environment. So, for example, the Sunflower movement, which should be a successful story because it really remake Taiwan. But whereas for these younger people, it becomes like a liability. When people begin to think about Sunflower movement, they think about those successful activists will become politicians. So it become actually a cautionary tale. And secondly, I think we are witnessing the rise of anti-woke sentiment. In Chinese, it will be 反觉青, something like that. So a lot of skepticism and cynicism remark circulating on the internet that try to portray activism as something that is problematic and other. And our explanation is that I think even though we are witnessing a downturn of the student movement, but we don't think the proper explanation has to do with the depoliticizing of empathy or conservative term. The more problem is that I think we try to identify two main outstanding issues right now. The number one is fatigue, and the second is fragmentation. And all this happened because of the result of the success, the very success of the Sunflower movement that happened 12 years ago. And this is we put a little bit theoretical framework to undergird our research. So when it comes to social movement, it is normal that movement came in circle. You see the intense mobilization and bookended by larger period of quietude. So what happened after the end of a party cycle? So I think it really goes on, it depends on the political situation when the political protest ended. Every opportunity is unfavorable when you face repression and hostility from the broader society. It could happen that the people like just withdrawn to themselves or become a narrow focus, withdrawn from the public engagement. This is what we call abeyance, just holding over during difficult era. And on the other hand, if the opportunity is favorable, then people try to put a permanent form on their activism. So it might spin into forms like political party, permanent organization, and so on. And I think this trajectory is very difficult to apply to students because one of the reasons I think student movement is different from other social movements is that the transitory status of students. So they were in a school just for a few years. It used to be 4 years, and people then stay longer and longer. And also, in the past, it was the undergraduate was involved protests. But right now, even graduate students involved protests. So people stay in school longer, but nevertheless, it's limited status. So it's not unlike I'm a worker, I'm participate in labor movement, so that will actually remain my identity for a certain period of time. But that does not happen to students. And also, I think it's quite because student concern can spread very broadly. Sometimes it's just within the campus, within the school, demanding something about their rights. Even if they take a consumer conception of the student membership, it's really apolitical. Sometimes you can say that. So it's a very spread word. So it's very difficult, like how we can say a student movement can be institutionalized. So what we try to present here is that I think the current status is best characterized as a gray zone between abeyance and institutionalization. And now I will hand over to Jack.
Okay. Okay, thanks for the introduction, and I will continue from the research methods part. We draw on 3 sources of data. First, we conducted 12 in-depth interviews with current and former student activists, all in person, and that's in between 1 and 2 hours. Our interviewees come from diverse political and organizational backgrounds covering issue areas including gender, labor, indigenous rights, transitional justice, and youth affairs. Second, we also held a focus group discussion with participants across different generations of student movement. And third, we complemented this with documentary analysis of news media and online discourse. Rather than measuring participation rates, our analytical focus is interpretive. We want to understand how activists themselves make sense of why collective action had become harder, how they interpret the legacy of the Sunflower movement, how they navigate the cost of public participation, and what they see as the structural barriers to mobilization today. So our first finding is what we call movement fatigue, but fatigue is not apathy. The people we talked to were still deeply engaged with public affairs. What had changed was how they felt about visible, exposed forms of collective action. They were increasingly asking themselves whether participation was really worth the emotional and reputational costs. The first source of fatigue has to do with the Sunflower movement as remembered today and how that memory has shifted. Most of our interviewees were in elementary or high school when Sunflower happened, and they saw it as something inspiring. But over time, that image became much more complicated. As Sunflower era leaders moved into party politics, student activism started to look less like moral commitment and more like credential building. Former leaders mock online movement symbols turning to objects of parody, and the collapse of the NPP confirmed for many of our interviewees that institutionalization had simply failed. What's interesting is what this does to current students. One of our interviewees told us that student government candidates now feel like they have to say that they are not doing politics because the suspicion that student governance is just career building has become so pervasive. And the way the Sunflower movement is remembered is actively shaping the environment in which the next generation acts. The second source of fatigue is more immediate, is about the exhaustion of navigating Taiwan's polarized public discourse. The term "Jueqing" awakened youth used to be a positive identity marker for pro-democracy students. These days is basically a term of ridicule, and left lip is part of a broader anti-woke backlash. Recent campus controversies at NTU targeting LGBTQ inclusion and indigenous affirmative action show how this backlash doesn't just reject progressive positions, it actively delegitimizes the people who hold them. And labels like 1450 or bluebirds get thrown around to reduce complex positions to presume party allegiance, and the costs are also gendered. One of our female interviewees described routinely getting messages about her appearance, not her political arguments, simply for speaking publicly. As she put it, being a woman means carrying extra risk just for showing up in political discourse. So what we end up with is what we're calling moral exhaustion. Participating in public life now requires not just commitment, but constant emotional management, anticipating the trolling, defending your motives, and fending off partisan labeling. Fatigue, in this sense, is really a political condition, not just a personal one. It's a selective retreat from the most exposed forms of contention, not a retreat from politics itself. Our second finding is fragmentation, but this is not disengagement. Students are still acting while they're doing so through forms that are more compartmentalized and much harder to pull together into something visible and collective. The question isn't whether activism exists, it's whether it can be synthesizing to a shared force. The first source of fragmentation is the diversification of where political participation now happens. After 2016, a lot of new pathways opened up. It's not the bad thing in itself, but what it did was scatter engaged students across different institutional sites rather than concentrating them in campus-based collective action. Digital activism added another layer. These channels create more entry points for participation, but they also erode the shared spaces where students can encounter each other as part of a common movement. And this is compounded by the disappearance of campus organizations. Key student groups from the Sunflower era have since dissolved.
One of our focus group participants made the point that the 2014 legislature occupation drew its strength from a dense national network of campus clubs. That network is gone, and without a shared organizational center, fragmented grievances simply cannot be synthesized into collective mobilization. And the second source of fragmentation is the proliferation of issues that can no longer be pulled up under one banner. Part of what made the Sunflower movement so powerful was that it could bundle multiple grievances into a single student-led protest. In the post-Sunflower period, bundling has become much harder. One of our focus group participants observed that even as China threat intensifies, the China factor has become awkward to use as a rallying front because it too easily looks like partisan alignment with the ruling party DPP. Instead, many activists have gravitated toward everyday politics like pedestrian safety, mental health, online harassment, and language rights. These concerns are real and urgent, and they pull people into politics in ways that feel personally meaningful. But they don't easily scale up into a movement-wide identity. They don't readily produce the kind of shared frame that lets students recognize themselves as part of a broader collective project. Fragmentation isn't about political indifference. It's about the growing difficulty of linking these diverse concerns into something common. So to bring up this together, post-Sunflower Taiwan shows us a trajectory that fits neither ambience nor stable institutionalization. Instead, a gray zone has emerged where activism persists, but its collective force and political visibility have significantly weakened. Fatigue has raised the emotional and reputational costs of showing up visibly. Fragmentation has scattered engagement across issues, platforms, and institutions without any mechanism to pull it back into a collective voice. And here's the paradox. The Sunflower movement succeeded, but that very success changed the conditions for what came after. The suspicion of careerism, the loss of campus infrastructure, the multiplication of participation channels, all of these have made it harder for a new cohort to add as students in any unified political sense. When student protest becomes less visible, it's tempting to read that as apathy. But what we are seeing does more like a reorganization of activism into less legible forms, under conditions where the costs of collective visibility have quietly but significantly risen. So thank you so much for listening. We really look forward to hearing your thoughts and discussions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Professor Ming-Sho Ho and Chi Yan, for the excellent presentation. And they examined the trajectory of Taiwanese student activism in the years following the 2014 Sunflower movement. And one of the most important insights from your presentation was that the apparent decline in student mobilization should not be understood as simply as depoliticization. Rather, it is better understood as through the interplay between the two F's, fatigue and fragmentation. And I learned that fatigue is not just a private feeling, but it can be understood as a political condition. And also interested in the naming of the movements, the naming after the flowers. The flowers, the wild lily movement and wild strawberry movement and the sunflower. We hope to continue in our discussion. All right, and thank you all for all four presenters for these rich and stimulating talks. And we'll now move into our roundtable discussion, and we welcome again our speakers to the front. We have approximately 15 minutes or so. So we welcome any comments or reflections or questions from the floor. Or can we, just to give some space to the audience, can we begin with my last curiosity? How in Taiwan the student movement named after that pastoral lyrical names?
And that either you have to man the student movement after flower or after fruit, right? So we have wild lily, sunflower, strawberry, kind of cute, or which is the opposite of the militancy that's been demonstrated in South Korean movement. Wild lily were the things that 2019, they make a choice. Let's try to find something symbolic. And while it is native to Taiwan, it was a holy flower to indigenous people. A lot of symbolism there. White strawberry is also picked up by the students because they were called, like younger people were called like strawberries generation, like in the sense that they look nice from the outside, but they cannot withdraw pressure. Like they were good for nothing, basically. So that's why they try to make irony of that. So we might be strawberry, but we are wild. Okay. Yeah. Okay. And the last time, 2014, actually is not chosen. It was named after the media. Just on the second day of the occupation of the legislature, a florist just give their flower there, and then they just put it on the podium. And one media just caught that image and put the title "Wild Strawberry," sunflower. And that kind of being circulated. And student hates that. But nevertheless, it become the name. So we have this fruit/flower series. So it will go on. I trust next time when we have a huge student event, it will be named in that sequence. So just a brief explanation. So actually, it's actually not that. It's out of a lot of coincidences.
Yeah, thank you. Yep.
Well, as a former spokesperson of the White Strawberry Student Movement, I agree with the person. How I just want to have some more information, give you some more, share more information is because the White Strawberry Movement at first it just began from some article from the internet. So when we get in the street, we don't know what name we are. Yeah, we just want to against the police violence. So after I think we have 5 cities, we have students gathering on the street. We think about we need a name, so we started to election and discussion, and as a result, so just like Professor He explained, the other reason that we are not strawberry, we are not only strawberry, we are white strawberry. And another thing is I'd like to share that we don't want to become a flower again, because in our generation and every elder generation always talking about, only the wild lily is a real student movement. So everything you do is nothing. So we want to have the cut. The connection, access the name with the white lily. We have our movement in our generation. Yeah, that's I just want to provide some inside information at that time. Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah. So, yep.
예, 선생님 그 발표 잘 들었습니다. 한국말로 할게요. 예. 영어로? So actually, the Korean student movement in 1980s and 1990s is quite like have a strong organizations, very violent and very actively insisted their slogan. but after 2000, politically we were liberalized. The student movement getting the power of the student movement getting decreased, and then a lot of publics joined the social movement in Korea, like a candlelight movement and the light stream movement. Then student movement, I think, almost disappeared in Korea, even though we have a student union at the university, but the political color disappeared, I think. Because I think the middle of the 1910s, there is a gender conflict, and also there is a kind of the conflict between labor unions. For example, there is a contemporary labor union and then permanent labor union. I mean, 죄송합니다. Temporary. Yeah. 비정규직과 정규직. Yeah. 그래서 and also there's a right wing. A lot of youth follow the right wing. So I really wonder, is there the youth group to follow the right wing in Taiwan? And then that kind of phenomena influence on the student union group, so they just maintain a mechanical neutral position. It just really think about yes, we don't have any political color, but we should keep the neutral
do you have any speakers in mind?
Well, about today's presentation, Colonial Taiwan, and when we at left time actually there are also some conservative and right wing student and youth student is affected from the Japanese right wing. So they become the Taiwanese right wing. But interesting, while the left wing student movement and the liberalism student movement are all under arrest and being forced to dismiss during, I think it's 1931, the police started to target the right wing student movement. Yeah, because so after all, when for the viewpoint for the GGT police, yeah, they need to do something their job. So if they are not the left wing, yeah, let's catch the right wing. And first, the right wing group think they are for the Japanese empire, but so they are very surprised that when they are under arrest. Yeah, so that's the I think that's the answer of the book which published by the police, the history of the Taiwanese social movement is both the history of the left wing and the right wing in the same book.
Really touch upon an interesting contrast between Taiwan and South Korea. I think Zhihen's presentation this morning has touched upon a great contrast. My understanding is that I think on the surface, two countries do have similar student agency during the pro-democracy era. In both critical juncture, students are important, but their law are so different. I mean, like in South Korea, it really starts with a very militant tradition. Like your presentation of campus occupied in 1996 in Yonsei. Well, that thing's never happened in Taiwan. I mean, student forceful occupation of a school building, and that led to police eviction. Well, that thing never happened in Taiwan. Well, actually, during since the 80s, my understanding is that no student have been killed, being sentenced in Taiwan, even though they're involved in the pro-democracy movement. But in South Korea, you have a long list of even suicide protests, right? That never happened in Taiwan. So what we have is much moderate. But also, you mentioned about the change and much quiet down in the 90s, and in the 20s become like candlelight virtue, and even the emergence of some right-wing students, right? You mentioned that. I think in that regard, I think our start with a very modest beginning, then the change is not that huge. So in South Korea, you have wild fluctuation, where our change is much modest, gradual. Our president talked about anti-work sentiment, that these misogynist remarks, these anti-indigenous remarks, like being circulating on the internet, but they never take action. So I think, based on my understanding of the current South Korean situation, is that there are many young males become so right-wing, much more conservative. Then they're professor, right? That things never happen in Taiwan. So you heard the same sentiment, like we have too much protection for women, and those resentment, misogynist remarks. But I think they remain on the surface, disorganized, episodic. They never coalesce into a movement, at least for now. Maybe in the future we'll learn from Korea. That's something that I'm not really looking forward to. That's my brief response. Thank you.
Thank you. We have, yes, please.
First, thank you all again. I found that this panel added the perspective that we didn't have so much until now of policing, or at least of the actual conflict between sort of student movements and attempts at control. And I found that in all your presentations, which is really interesting. I'd like to, I don't know if it's merely an observation or a question really, to what extent can you couch these accounts, especially the more contemporary ones, into yet an even broader perspective? I mean, we've been talking about East Asia, but it seems to me, and I'd like to hear your view on this, that a lot of the issues that were raised now, especially about the contemporary state of things, spread far beyond Asia. And I think it has to do a lot with our technological changes, the increasing multiplicity of voices we hear, which comes vis-a-vis really technological platforms becoming more available. On the one hand, it's so easy to produce and broadcast an opinion statement. You don't need to be educated. You don't need to be literate today. And 10 years ago, you still needed that to an extent. Today, with a TikTok video, you can reach, even if you don't know how to read, you can reach. And so I think we see both public resistance and what you called trolling. And I thought that the insight of
Yeah.
So much. Thank you so much. Just a few quick response. Number one is how globalized is student activism. Like we are learning, all learning from different, what happened elsewhere in the world in the 80s, of course, we are looking at what happened in South Korea and the Philippines. But I think even though we are living in a quote unquote flat world, but actually I think it's not that flat because, like, for example, in 2011, you have Arab Spring, anti-austerity protests, and Occupy Wall Street. That does not have any impact on East Asia, as far as I know. And last year, we have Gen Z protests in Bangladesh, Nepal, Indonesia. That does not have any impact on East Asia, as far as I know. So even though the technology has flattened the world, I think it's still very fragmented in a way. So that also speaks to, I think it's meaningful to put Hong Kong and Taiwanese people together in this panel, because since like more than 10 years ago, I think there was growing connection between activists in Hong Kong and Taiwan, primarily because of a growing failed presence of coercive China. So I think that really, how the world is connected is really differently. Secondly, I think what we try to present, I think probably global. I mean, 15 years ago, we were looking at social media as a powerful connection weapon that empower people, like empower the marginal people, help them to navigate across censorship. But right now, we will really look at it as a very problematic source because of the instant, constant doxing, harassment, so it becomes less and less a weapon of empowerment, more it becomes a weapon of surveillance. I think that is universal. I think also, so our presentation really focus on like younger activists, like a Jiaen's generation. I think that would be a truthful representation of their experience, but that does not exist or happen to like 10 years ago, like to the activists in Taiwan. I think for them, digital tools much more a very convenient weapon to spread both the message. So we are witnessing a very fast-changing world in which the contour of student useful activity is constantly changing. Yeah, that's my short response. Thank you.
All right. I think, yeah, do you have any further questions? Yeah, just for quick question. It's already time to wrap up. Yeah, please. Yeah.
My question is for the Hong Kongers, Eric and Kevin. How do you view about the genealogy of student movements? How do the students understand the relationship between different generations? Because in my opinion, I think student movements in Taiwan seems quite fragmented. Like there seems to be a rupture every 10 years. Like our generation just like the wild lily, and the younger generation, they don't want to inherit the symbolic legacy of sunflower movement. So in the case of the Hong Kong student movement, you think, why Hong Kongers seems to have more solidarity with Taiwan, or is that the case? Yeah.
Yes, thank you. I probably would say it's both a reality and a myth in terms of solidarity, because there are also some shared similarities on the grievance of the previous generation of student activists or student leaders. And this grievance could be ideological or could be more strategic. They dislike or disapprove the strategic approach to engaging in movement, or even ideologically they disregard the previous ideologies as suitable or popular in the Hong Kong public. But I guess two of the privilege happened mainly in 2014, after the 2014 umbrella movement. And one privilege is mainly about the function or the role of student activism. For the conventional generations of student activists, they would see social movement is really about realizing ideals for social change or resist social change, or the imaginations of Hong Kong and its relationship with China. And the second privilege is really about how student activism can go beyond campuses, can go beyond the classroom to be further politicized. And what I haven't go into detail in the presentation is that actually in critical student movements in Hong Kong, student activists or student unions, they did not position themselves as a driver for student movement. They are positioning themselves as drivers for democratization or any authoritarian movements that adopting politicized strategies. In 2019, Michelle will also remember, representatives of student unions, they formed another coalition. They call themselves International Affairs Coalition. And their role was to do in parliamentary lobbyings across different Western countries to sanction Hong Kong government officials and to call for international or foreign government support on the movement. So from a conventional or traditional student activist perspective, it is really not orthodoxical, because if you are in the previous ideologies, in the previous student movement, they will say, building international solidarity is important, but not getting involved in geopolitical dynamics. Do not support the US government. We should not be, if we ask for help from the US government, then we are puppets. But these ideas are totally overthrown in the 2019 process, and student activists themselves, they are positioning themselves more as lobbyists, more as an international advocate, rather than mainly campaign movement, because they will see their role as resource mobilizers, but the resources should not simply go into the local mobilizations, but to build international connections. I remember there was one of my personal experience when I was invited to have a meeting with this student activist and international advocate. One idea was to try to invite them to build solidarity with other student unions across the world, so to have a picture of international student solidarity. But eventually they rejected the idea because they thought it's not effective to really bring real changes, say to sanctions officials or to call for government support on the Hong Kong movement against China. So in a way, I guess there was another clivage between the generations of the student activists. Yeah,
I shall answer it briefly as someone from Hong Kong, as someone who worked in these organizations in the past. I would say there's a quite short period of time whether the conflicts are somehow gone. After 2014, it seems that the umbrella movement are just gone. There's great conflicts between the strategies of how we should protest. The more violent side, the more peaceful side, the pro-government side. There's great conflict after that. But in 2019, I would say because of the violence from the government or from the police, somehow the more peaceful protesters and the more violent protesters, they just come together, that we should have the slogan saying that we should not separate each other, we should fight together. There's a kind of short period at that particular time. But I have the chance to talk with these people, these teenagers and people around us. Deep down their hearts, they don't agree with the peaceful strategy, and at the same time, they don't agree with the violence or international strategies. So they have differences, but because of the oppression that they have experienced, or they just come together because it is the most, I would say, as Hong Kongers, it's the most effective, efficient, economic way to do the protest. As for now, this is just observation that requires more scholarly investigation, but for now, because we won't be able to speak about these issues, at least, I think it kind of create a space where we can actually talk, because it's valuable to have the chance to talk. You're from the peaceful side, you're from the more violent side. Never mind, we are the same now. We cannot talk, we cannot do anything. So we can actually have some kind of peaceful dialogue at this moment, because our organization, their organizations, they're all just gone. We can talk. There's no benefit. There are no cooperation opportunities inside. There's nothing that we have to calculate. We can just talk. I would say there may be more investigation needed, but there may be a kind of dialogue happening between different strategies and different protesters. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I wish you could have more time for discussion, but I think it's time to wrap up. And I appreciate all the participation, inspiring and excellent presentation for today on the student movement in Asian countries. We just found some possibilities for multi-directionally shared responsibility for modern Asian memories of violence. and in which we are both historically and structurally implicated. And we hope new forms of solidarity can also emerge from our dynamic negotiation with the past and the future for our post-memory generation and across national borders. Thank you for joining us today. Thank you.
So, before concluding the 2026 International Conference on the East Asian Youth and Student Movement in Comparative Perspective, Jeff, right? Yeah, will announce about the plan for publishing our proceedings for a minute.
1 minute. Yeah, and I, just so everyone knows, once we are able to wrap this up and the three of us, former co-organizers, now co-editors, we're going to get together and discuss a few things, and then we'll come back to you maybe in 2 to 3 weeks or so. We'll send an email to everybody, but we are planning to, I mean, it's a fascinating, I would say, disparate collection of papers, but in a good way and very, interesting in that way, provocative. We would like to bring them to the wider public. We do have a press that's expressed general interest in us, and so I think we have a very good shot, although we'll have to go through peer review still for this. So we will give you more information later, but expect in about 2 to 3 weeks an email from us, and we'll be asking you a few questions. One is, are you willing to do it? So you can obviously tell us yes or no if you want to participate. And then also we'll have a timeline, which we'll have to discuss. But I would guess maybe by the end of the year, full chapters that are ready for peer review, something like that. Again, we'll get back to you. But probably 6,000 to 8,000 words, just so you get thinking about that, including notes, is what we'd be looking for. So we'll come back with exact word lengths and dates and such. But know that, expect maybe that don't bother us before 3 weeks. But after 3 weeks, you can bother us. Okay, yeah, thank you.
So now we will take a commemorative group photography. So please come to the front line and then take a photo. 이거? 네, 그래. 네. 바닥에 산다고? 아, 그래요? 그래요? 오케이, 알았어요.